Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's going on? Let's get right into it. I'm late this morning. I've been working all weekend here, burning the candle at every, literally every wick. So give me just a second here. We're going to have a little chat this morning. And hold on here. All right. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all had a great weekend. And daily updates. Okay, so I've got the squawk on in the background. I'm going to bring up oh, what's that right there? What's that? Oh, what's that right there? Oh, yeah. Let's get rid of that one. Get rid of that one right there. Yeah, this is important, right? We closed above the green line. We know what happened. We've only got a few minutes until. We only have 9 minutes until we open. So there's a few things we got to talk about here this morning that are important. And I'll do the levels with you here in just a moment. Damn, look at that. R3, R2. And why did we gap up? All that kind of stuff we're going to go over. Look at that. S1, S2 way down here. We left that gap behind. I'm sure we'll come back. Well, I'm not sure, but I think we'll come back to fill that at some point. Then we'll get back to that gap. And what are you guys thinking about the open? Or what do I think about the open this morning and some of the important stuff here? I want to see us come back here. I want to see us come back here to these lower levels. Not lower levels, but there's how bullish are we? And how bullish we can become. Not a retest, but I'll show it to here what I'm talking about real quick before we open. I'm going to explain something to you here. I'm going to make it real simple, okay? This morning. And the power of what's happening right now. So we're going to get rid of this. This is just, this is insane, right? See this big blue line right here coming up. See this VWAP just ripping. Green line under here. And we're going to go and look at the 4 hour, right? We're underneath here in the 4 hour. And now we're on the daily, right? And this is what I want you to see. So let's look at the daily here and where we actually are, right? You can see this green line here, 389.49. Personally, I would like to have seen, we come up here, we bounce off, we catch right here at like 386, 388 or so. Then you get that giant follow through right here, like moves, like giant moves. What we're doing is we're opening above here. But I never really liked that. That seems like the thruster power heading into today. We'll check it on the open, but personally, this is the stronger move here. I want you to see that as we open this morning. Us opening above 389.49, I'm kind of like, I don't ever like peek. You know what happens when we peek our head above shit? We come straight back down. So like the whale coming across. How they have the meme where you get the clouds and the plane is coming around, and you see like the whale dip his head up, and then we go back down again. I don't like ever seeing that. And that's what we talked about on Friday. So this is the key number here with 389.49, right? And we're gonna highlight that this morning before we do anything else. 389.49. And you see how low that is, right? That's way, hold on. Way down here. So, and golly gee, There it is right there.
So according to the acting mayor, China's capital has passed the COVID infection peak.
Excuse me. So at a minimum, right, I don't like the idea of us trading as high as we are right now. I just don't like it. I like to see this is going to get wonky here real quick, but I don't like it. I prefer to be like, boom, we slam back down to 388, we get that power move on the open. So you guys know what I do overnight. You guys know what I do over the weekend. Some of you guys know that you'll be like, yeah, you know what? I don't. Cap doesn't put enough risk on. Now at a minimum, the 389 is so we had the 386 number I would have liked. Now for the Bulls, it's let's go instead of retesting 386, it's we're going to retest 389. Or you'd at least want to see that, right? That test of 389 46 and then more rocket ship. The velocity the velocity hit just the move behind us. All these moving averages. And the next thing we have to look at here is there was an automatic short at 394, and we know JPM is coming in, or supposedly coming in to sell 4060. We know we've got a sideways move coming up for ER season. So I want you guys to be, hyper aware of that stuff in all of your bullishness. Right? You want to be bullish at the same time. I want you to see what's going on here. Got 2 minutes left. I mean, please, just for the love of Pete, let me put these levels in for you before we get open here, because I don't want you guys to get fucked over on this opening bell. There goes that yellow line down here. That's where the Bulls want to at least retest here. And remember, we've got the other lower area. We've got 386 and we've got 389.46 or so. So we'll see if we can catch we can snap some levels in here. Drag some of this stuff up. 386 somewhere. It's 386 something. We'll come back and work on that one. House of Pain, y'all, right? We said it on Friday. House of Pain. $430. We'll throw that one. I don't know what's going on with this software right now. All wonky as all fuck. We'll deal with it. Bears in shock this morning, right? Works until it doesn't work, right? No, we didn't sell off before open. We got a minute left until the bell. So the pivot point is 385.58. And that's roughly where this number is right here, right? So here's your pivot point down below. You guys already know about. I would have liked to have seen at least a test of 386 for a velocity move up higher. We know about now the gap that we're creating, that 389.18 is going to be an important number, right? Then we have 391.75. If you're in the gap up crowd off the bell, this is your next target. If we gap up, this is where your pivot is. Let's see here. Give me your first jump point right here. I'm going to write that in. So moving average. It's going to write MA, moving average right here. This is your daily moving average right here off the bell. So we're open right now at 389.48 or so. This is your bam, we're just off and running. Right? And then you've got down below here 386, 385.58. This is your pivot point, but this is also another major major bullish signal. These two are going to be your keys for the open this morning. 389.48, 385.58. If you see either of these two, if we get a reaction on either of these two, it's on, baby. It's on. We're cranking to 394 for the automatic short above. And the automatic short on Friday was 394. It's now 395.42. Way up here. It's actually we have expansion, right? On Friday that level just gets higher and higher. I don't think we get to R2, but if we do, we do. I'm open to it. We got Valhalla 401.59. Way up here. Valhalla, baby. These moving averages are screaming. Yeah, it's one thing when you get like the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 1 hour, the daily. When you start to see the daily come underneath here, it's the force is to be reckoned with. We'll let me what do you want to call it? Velocity? Right there. And you actually have a strong velocity below it too. So we'll write one down here. We'll write moving average velocity too. You've got some powerful stuff going on in the market right now down here. And there's another way for me to show this to you as well. If you're a bear, and you want to get super duper bearish, it needs to be underneath these two numbers right here. And unlike most weeks where I come in and I'm like, hey, this is your pivot point, specifically today, you do not want to F around as a bear unless we start breaking these two triggers right here, okay? You want to be like, you know how we do like sell the rip around here, and we're like, hey, is this the dip that I buy here, Cap? I'm going to warn you if you're a bear that if there's any kind of retest here and here, and that dip gets bought, be really careful in here if you're a bear. You need to be like getting underneath 350, 385, 58 to take any kind of a short with like you don't want to be seeing this nonsense here. You don't want to be seeing this nonsense here if you're a bear. You want to see like a failure, profit taking, right? Couple bounces, we head down, and I would still not be bearish here. You want to see something like that, get underneath that pivot to start even start showing before you take the short. Any of this nonsense in here, I want you to be warned as a bear that outside of profit taking, there's a ramp going on in the background. Okay, be wary down below. $381.91 back here. If you do get underneath, if you're a bear out there watching right now, and we do get underneath that pivot, right? It'll be swift down below. It'll be a swift move lower, and you're probably looking at 372-ish, something like that. We got 381 above. Then we have 372, 375, 74 right here. So there's so much juice down below that if you're a bear, there's no reason for you to put risk on until you don't need to call the entire move. You don't need to point your finger to the sky and be like, "We're going here, Cap," no matter what you say. What you need to do is know that there's a fat, chunky move. If you're looking at this here, right? If you're a bear, you need to know that you need to get underneath here, and there's a giant move down here. You need this part of the move. You don't need this bullshit here. You need this sexiness right here. And this would be swift. We'll go over this morning why that is. There's a return to balance that could take place underneath here, and there's a test of balance above, from some previous areas that we've been to in the past. Why I'm saying that to you. So and you can already see there's a retest going on right at 389.48. For the importance right here of a retest of this zone right here. And to be truthful and honest with you, the stronger move higher is more than likely down here at 386.04. The strong, I mean, we'll get a strong move off this, but the big strong move is, if you're a bull, big strong move is like woof, like that. It would be monstrous. That's that 40. This is the 406 move right here. This is the 395 and sell it. You know what I mean? Let me put the Bookmap back on for you so you can see us coming back down to retest. The gap is right here. That's the red area that you see below the orange bars. And we're going to talk about if we're bullish today. And if we take off right on this MA velocity line right here, max today is 395.45. If we come down and test this 386-ish area right here, we'll start looking at some higher highs at like 400 or so. So we'll see what happens right after the bell here. We'll see what they want to do with this morning. We're going to look at another play. We're going to look somewhere else real quick and see. Remember last week when we were, I'm going to show you guys something here. I think last weekend or something, I was like, you guys got to be careful heading into the weekend here. It was like Friday. I think it was like the 31st heading into the 2nd. And I said to you guys, you have to be careful here because there's a chance that the market could like throw a piston or something, right? Behind the scenes. I gotta change these colors back to red and white. I don't like that green. Just a second here, guys. Okay. But last week, you remember, so it's like that Friday, Saturday. It's like you've got all these other things saying that we could throw a piston in the market. But at the same time, I was being asked, hey, should we there were people over here were like, hey Cap, should be buying this market down here. And I said, for my tastes, I don't like buying it here. It's not extremely low enough. And utilities didn't sell off, energy didn't sell off. And not surprisingly, though, they rotated into more risky. Rotated into communications. They rotated into fintech or finance. They rotated in some rotation into tech. There's a couple things you need to know in here. First one, you got this ramp here. Whenever we come above, see this green line right here. Whenever we trade over this, it turns into a giant move. Typically, not always. This is coming into that green support. This is the 27 EMA. But once we're up here, you can see this 386 right here. This is the number I'm talking about. But I also want you to be aware of a couple things. Instead of us rising on selling on the order flow on the dome, right? Dom. We knew that we had buyers. We knew that the banks and the institutions are buying all this, and this is probably not done, right? And when we get up here, if we trade up here, there is another thing that we know, and that is that JPM supposedly is going to sell this. Probably, I think it's 402 or 403 on SPY, 4060 I think on SPX. But we know that they're here. Can they let it go and let us go higher? Possibly. The reality is, if we have ER season and we start fucking around up here for a little while, all they care about is that we eventually roll over too, right? So this is like the playground for ER season. We've talked about that. We could probably bring up, you guys want to see what SPX looks like? And then, of course, you'll hear talk on the internet saying, oh, we're going to start, turning the market around here and just bye-bye, see you later, 2022. I know that talk's out there too. But so far, nothing's really changed, right? We have this area up here. See how you have this balance here? You have this balance area, you get this balance area below. And we're peeking our head up. Check here. If we break above this balance area, the next place is above, right? That's where you get that 406, 410 area trading up in here again. So look at SPX real quick. Likely path. See that yellow bar? We've talked about this last week, right? See that? Start trading in here. Coming to the end of earnings season. And if they're disappointed or anything like that, JPM's your buddy. He's already there going, we're ready. Sell us down. Then we end up magneting over here at 36.30, heading into the 31st of March, right? We're already following that path, right? Yellow line, probable path of JPM collar. This was the bear case heading into last week. So far, that's out the window at this point, right? Try to give you guys the most bearish possible outcome. We're following the probable path of the JPM collar at this point. And we'll see. We'll see if we get above here and start trading higher after earnings season. You better hope these CEOs have done what they're supposed to be doing. We want to see some kind of a racer of this probable path. It's possibly bounce here too, come back up. You don't get the full strength of JPM. We know about where you put your hedge on at some point, and either here or here, that it can withstand this move higher for another trip lower. Oh, and there we go. Boom. Right off that. Look at that. Boom, like it was nothing. There's that little, there's almost to a pin strike right there, right? Boom, higher. 391.74. What did I say to you if you were a bear at the start of this broadcast this morning? I said, do not fuck around today. Do not fuck around. You guys want these over here so you can see them? You can start the day. Boom. Woof. 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 You guys want to look back real quick on yeah, baby. There ain't nothing to look back on. There ain't shit to look back upon. New highs, higher highs, higher lows, baby. You guys want to look back in time? You want to see that area back here? You see it right here? See where R1, R2, R3 is? See that R2? Remember when on Friday I said this is an automatic short? Right? It's kind of your automatic short right here. But because there's so much velocity, it's more likely up above here. And then let's look back in time. Clean up the mess back here for you. And you want to be looking at this right here, right? Spent a lot of time here. This is R1. We're coming back to check this area this time, right? We traded this, got sent lower, got told, hell no, we're going higher, buddy. Our demand is higher now. Well, it was back here actually, and the path forward is up, not down. Now, it's a pretty big move here, right? This is important to see. We're coming back into this resistance here. There shouldn't be as much resistance here, right? If we've already come down and we got told no, we're going higher. We sold off. Remember, we sold off 414. It's an automatic short, right? Boom, already hit it. So we're coming back up here for a second check, right? So we want to see some new
The
acceptance
Bank
up
of
here
England says APF gilt sale operation cover
and
ratio
come
grew
back
to
to look at this
76,
again,
and they
right?
sell
You're
650
kind of looking
million
for
pounds of bonds in an auction and receives 1.8 billion pounds of
kind of
bids.
want to get accepted up here and start making this move higher and find out if this is real or if this is fake. JPM's waiting over here for you. We're already cranking, right? We want to know what's up here. And bears know if we get accepted up here that we're looking for we're looking for another test over here. We're like, I don't know if this was just an algorithm up here that sold. Was there just enough juice up here to take this down? Right? Bam, automatic short. Sell it down. Right? Find if there's real believers down here, and we know that the banks bought this. So we're gonna come back up and make some powerful moves higher. I would still in here. Be careful. Be careful of that I'd still say to you that don't be putting two and two together, and you'll hear stories that we're going to 420, 430, any of that nonsense. Don't get too bullish yet. Don't get too crazy. They're sitting here wanting to sell this, right? Just don't get too crazy. Don't be get. I know that you guys, Bears, Bulls, you guys drink Kool-Aid like it's. You guys drink it like it's going out of style. Not you guys, but you know, your tendency to be like 500 by next week, Cap. I'm like, I don't know. If anything, Bulls need to, because of the velocities, Bulls need to try to get up here and just hold on to for dear life. I would have liked to have seen. I truly would like to see some kind of a something like that. I want to see that. I want to see those buyers step right in and push this higher. Right now, it's it's good. It's not great. Put the pivot over here so you can see it, and I'll put this MA velocity back here. And there we go. All right. Let's go through your stuff this morning. See what you guys are talking about. Am I still in Tesla calls? What do you fucking think? Of course I'm still in Tesla calls. I got time on that shit. Time, baby. Time. I'm in Tesla shares and calls. Good morning, Harushi. Good morning, Johnny Mogs. Good morning, Ross. E-Trading Shorts. My brother. Oh, yeah, Winky. Now we up in this B. Good morning, RS. Dean, James, Faison. Morning, Wink. Lisa Cullen. Babka Dude, good morning. Harushi said I deleted Friday's stream. Was planning on watching it over the weekend. I apologize for. You know what I can do is send you a link to it. I couldn't leave it up due to copyright stuff. So Harushi, apologize for not leaving that up for you. H-Bomb, Chase Winter. I guess no back test 3870. I think I've got 3948, the MA velocity retest. It's actually 38.6, and the numbers change every day. Vanna Charm should be on soon, but Bulls like to blow their load early and front run. Think of this counter run and blah, blah, blah. Top of the channel, major resistance, but you sell, blah, 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 blah. Dave West, good morning. Okay, a little back testing. What's the vernacular? Dracular? Well, yeah, I apologize for my voice this morning. I've been in meetings all weekend. It's been meeting. Let's do some drinking on Saturday night really late. Meeting on Sunday. Lee Han, good morning. James Andreas, good morning. You see that BBBY stuff this morning? Who was awake at 4 a.m. for that alert? Whose alarm went off at 4 a.m. this morning and said, ding! BBBY, baby. CSM Jazz, GM Gang. Yeah, that's right. I woke up this morning. I had I had two alerts. I had two key alerts this morning before the opening this morning, 4 a.m. Number one, John Deere. The moment that they said right to repair, I think that shit came out at like 1 in the morning. I'm like, I got to post that bullshit. Because you know they were going to sell John Deere if you can repair your own shit. And then 4:05 or 4:03 this morning, 4:01 this morning, had an alert set for BBBY, and it was off and running. And there's a lot of people that are trapped in BBBY. A lot of pain for bulls there. And if they go up to $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, you got to get out if you're a bull. So I woke up to post that on FinTwit this morning for the bulls that are trapped in BBBY. Because I feel for those guys and girls and whatever. Tis the raging boner pattern after our former squeakers start drink a lot. Is Tesla finally going to squeeze? I think it's been squeezing. Uh, front running Van and Charm. No, this isn't Van and Charm. This is not Van. This is not a Van and Charm rally. This is real money buying. What's this is? This was not a squeeze higher. I want to warn you guys. Friday was not a squeeze higher. Warning. That is a fair warning. No, I don't care what. I mean, I like spot cam, but I don't care what they say. This is not a Vanna rally. Incorrect. Cap hours average to March puts into 384. If I'm playing to add another if it hits. Yeah, just if whenever you guys are building hedges or put spreads for March, they're like a bunker trade. We already know that bottoms in markets are typically capitulation moves, straight down, elevator down. We know that if you put a hedge in the market, you buy your hedge, you make sure that it's built to withstand a move higher, and that you don't look at that shit. You just put it away. You can. And we talk about this all the time. If you build yourself a hedge, you trade the market up as it tops and trades sideways, right? You'll then go flat, and you're not looking at your hedge, and then you come back and revisit your hedge once the rollover comes into play. Puts here. Gap there, yeah. I don't care about the gap. You guys need to understand there's something at play underneath the market right now for filling gaps. But you've got buyers, real money buyers below. This is not short covering. And then you've got this velocity of moving averages that are screaming up underneath the price of SPY, and you don't want to fuck with that when it's happening. It's the same way when we're in a capitulation move down. When you're seeing like the big like quarterly or monthly bloodbaths, you don't step in front of the train. Just let it do its thing. As a bull, right? So as a bear, I'm warning you of that right now, is you don't get in the way of the train right now. Morning, Starlight. How are you? Morning, Blind Nest Owl. How are you? Morning, Harm. How are you? Yeah, there's some big hedges here for bears. Morning, Binky. How are you? I will do the Tesla update for you at some point in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I'll get you guys going. You guys want a Tesla update? I'll do that for you this morning. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some classes. I think I had who contacted me was options.ai contacted me. I haven't had a chance to get back with those guys. I'm going to do a intro to spreads with you guys here in just a moment. If you guys, yeah. This is good. Here we go. Back to trend days. Yeah, so this R1 right here, John Haggerty's talking about minor reversion, or it's mean reversion. Bulls right now want to get above this R1, start consolidating for that attack higher to 395 above here. There's going to be some work going on up in here for bulls. They got work to do. If bulls cannot break above here and find some support, well, if they can find some support here, then we're back into this old trading range above. True trading range would be what, 414. Another 150 points higher, 148, somewhere in there, something like that. Yeah, we want to see a break above here. We don't want to see a rejection. We want to see a break above back into this old trading range that we had. And why we're not selling immediately at this moment, there's a reason. And that's because we had real money buying last week. We'll see. And we'll do Tesla right now. You guys want Tesla done? I know some of y'all out there want Tesla done. I want to see what's up with Tesla.
Euro dollar hits highest since June, up as much as 0.9% to 1.0738.
And there's something else going on in the background too. Dixie. Let's look at Dixie real quick on a dude, I don't know what is going on with my there we go. I want you guys to see when we start to break, if you're a bear. You know, if we start to break this stuff here, right? See this is a daily chart on Dixie. Hold on here, I gotta wonkiness. You guys, you have this going on here. We start to break below where demand is. I'll show you this on a smaller screen, but you start cascading down. So be real careful here if you're a bear. You know, this is kind of like it for bears, right? We have known demand here. We have known demand here. Got known demand here. And we've broken below, right? Left a gap now, and this is bearish, right, on Dixie. And we got some huge space down below here. Huge. This is bullish for equities. See us down here, right? 103.816. We don't want to be breaking that 103. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla. Just pumping. 130 for today. $130.28. 120, or yeah, we're actually cranking towards another 8 points. 122.33. As the days change. Sellers here. Sold it once here. They're going to try to step back in to sell Tesla down again right here, right? They're going to come back in. Came back in here. Worked last time, right? Might as well try
US
it again.
stocks extend gains. S&P 500 up 1%.
Next spot right here. What do bulls want to see? You guys want to know what bulls want to see? See this volatility that's in here? Bulls want to see a break above for the next leg, right? Consolidation, then start moving higher to this 142. It's actually lower. It's right here. It's 138. And you've got this, see this big green line coming down right here? This is a 4 hour. We can look at the daily, see how high it actually gets. See that 138 careening down right here? It's on a daily chart, and then 234 above. This is on a daily, right? Want to get above? See that big blue line coming down? And then you start squeezing. Do I think we get up here? I don't think so. I think we get up here and then we literally start to roll the market over into middle of March. But that's me. That's what I think happens. Something like that. And then you see your bottom like March, late March, early April, and there you get your summer buy for the rest of the summer. Well, a normal year here, and if we have one capitulation moment, we've got a couple opportunities for it. We've got this ER season for a bottom, March, April, and then we've got another opportunity from the dump the market in September, October, November, and then we have another one that'll come into play in early January 2024. You guys want to take a snapshot on that? This is your first kind of stuff over here. Important for bulls to get above here. Take a snapshot of that if you want. And then if you want to go to the daily, you can always come back. Pause the video. Take some snapshots here. These buyers coming in last week. Capitulation retail sellers. Institutional buying right here. Probably we'll see at least that 138. And there's the big boy right there. 234.24. Man. Imagine when you got to sit there, 234. 234.24. That would torch some bears, wouldn't it? Another spot right there. Another spot right there. Okay, back to SPY. Okay, so we're back to our old trading range. A job of bulls at this point on SPY or SPX or ES, whatever you're trading. What is the job of bulls right here, right? Take a rest, take a breather. Chill out for a minute. You did it. Congratulations. Do not give it up. Do not give this up if you're a bull. You want to see this hold. Because the bears are naturally going to want to come in here and say, oh, fuck no. This is bad news for bears. Like, bears do not want to see R1 hold. This is a reset, right? You end up going, talked about this back here, right? Bears, because what a bull's telling you is, we're not done up here. We're not done up here. And if you get acceptance, up here, what does that mean? We're like, we're not done in here. Right? Bears want no business with you or a bull. Bears are like, I want nothing to do with you up here. We've already been up here. We're not coming back up here again. Right? Sellers are like that. We're not done in here. We spend weeks in December in this balance area above. Yeah. I mean, this is the bottom of the upper trading, the channel we traded in, right? We're back to where we traded a month ago. The scary part is the fact that we didn't go down to 372. The fact that institutions are buying and not short covering is you have to give the argument to the bulls here and say, okay, we know this wasn't short covering. We know that the market was bought by banks. We know that it's the new year, and if that's the case, then the bulls they get another shot, right? They have to or not have to, but if they can hold this R1 right here and turn this into support, if they can spend time up here and turn this into support, then there's an argument to be made that the next true trading range is 414. I mean, at least, right? We know that's where not 414. We know the sellers were there. You're going to get market buyers that are going to want to sell before you ever get to 414. So like 406, somewhere in there, you're going to expect, if we hold this, you're going to expect bulls to say we're trading 391 to 406 right now, 402 on SPY, I think, but 4060 on ES. So if you're bear, you know what work needs to be done for where we are right now for you to get bearish. So there's a lot for this. So on like an inverse right now, you know how bulls lose when bulls end up losing support. It's like bulls like, can I buy this dip? I'm like, fuck no, we're going down at least 100 points, 150 points. You can get your chance again. So right here, you need to see some real damage here if you're a bear to get bearish. You got some work to do. Bulls have control right now. They can take this from, like they did. Took this one. Bulls have no problem if we come back down here. And it wouldn't shock me to see at some point this week, low on the week somewhere down here at 386 if we remain bullish. You want to see, you'll probably see 386 at some point. So bulls are in full control right now. Did they do that again, Winky? Did they do it just Winky? Did they pick Uber again? Yeah, no, it's not. So look at Chase. I would agree with you normally. A bit too far, a bit too fast. I would agree with you normally, but if it was just Vanacharm, I would say I agreed. This was you can call it. I would say yeah, there's some Vanacharm, but then there's also real money buying with it. So just the two of those together is kind of a big deal. No shit, they did Uber again. I can't say that I don't like. I mean, I like as a company, I don't like Uber, and I don't like Airbnb as a company, but I do think that is the future. Yeah, JPM and 112 will probably decide the market. I agree with that statement about JPM. Pretty much once the majors, have their moment, everybody walks the plank, right? You're like, here we go. We know that they bought financials. We knew they put some money in. Let's look at Uber real quick. Yeah, it's still not. You guys want to chart out some Uber? We can. Can look at Uber. You guys want to look at Uber real quick? I was talking to someone on the phone last night. I had someone that I follow and follows me on Twitter that I don't. I'm not gonna name names, but there's someone on Twitter that I'm friends with, or been friends with for a long time. And I was like, "Hey man," he sent me a DM, and I was like, "Hey man, you want to give you a call and we'll talk or whatever?" Or not even that. I like this guy, so I'm like, "Can I give you a call?" And he was like, "Yeah, give me a call." So I called him. It was late last night. It was 11:30, 12 o'clock. I was just getting done wrapping up a meeting, and 3D now trading 392.07. Price target above 395.45 if we can hold this. And yeah, we'll look at Uber right now. Yeah, volume's coming back to the floor, Steve. Yeah, we were watching it. There is this weird thing. If you looked at sometimes you can get a we were at this when we talk about like whose market is this my market, is it your market? It isn't. It's the bank's market, it's the Fed's market. They'll do whatever they want with this market. Whenever the market actually truly crashes, that means the bank's fucked up, right? Or the Fed fucked up. This was a controlled crash in 2022, and they're going to try to control it again this year too. Does it work or not? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows, including the banks. But we were at a moment in the market last week where at end of year, IWM was showing the real chance of a stock market, like a real crash, with the weekly moving average. And then right into the new year, we saw the buying start. Shows the market is contrived. It shows it all. It shows that they know exactly where they can take it to the limit, and then lean off the limit. Yeah, I've been doing the same thing with Uber, man. I like
Looking
the
to the
ticker.
Fear and Greed Index, 53
Uber.
out of 100, which indicates neutral, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 25 out of 100, indicating extreme
Hi,
fear.
Gil. How are you? Good morning. You guys don't understand about the Fed. So, okay, so there's no real QT in the Treasury Department. That's all bullshit. They're warehousing shit. So they're performing QE or QT on rates right now. And we're trying to punish the workforce. I'm not going to go into it right now, but I've been over this ad nauseum. I can't. I've done it too many times. Yeah, they're not doing QT in some parts of our system. They say they are, but they're not. If you read the actual mechanics of the auction schedule, if you don't show up, they are. Not you, but if foreign nations aren't showing up, the fucking Fed is. And even the labor numbers from last weekend were not good. There's progress in unemployment numbers, believe it or not. There's this thing. Do you guys hear about quiet? I think I talked about that last week. Quiet hiring is hilarious. It's when you're a CEO and they tell you you're going to go throw luggage.
In 10 minutes' time,
You're
at
not
the
just
bottom of the
CEO
hour,
now.
we are expecting comments from Bank of England's Pill. First, Bank of England's chief economist Pill, who makes a speech at the Money Market Association of New York University on money marketeers at an event titled the UK Economic and Monetary Policy Outlook. The text is to be released.
Yeah, that was the key. Lower wages. That is the key right there. Bearman knows it. Any kind of any kind of bad news in unemployment is good news for the stock market. Any kind of bad news. If you get like a whiff of a fart of bad news on unemployment, it's good for the stock market. Well, right now it is. So we can look at I don't mind let's look at while this does its bullshit in here, right? We're gonna take a look at Uber. I have traded Uber. Used to be one of my faves. And we're gonna look at just on a daily here. You have any? I think on Saturday I posted. I said this is a nice little. What did I say on Twitter? Let me look at us. I think I made this post on Saturday. I said, what did I say? Something about here's a nice little article or post. I wrote on Saturday. I think I wrote I think it was Sunday. I wrote nice little tutorial. It was from stockcharts.com, and I'll bring it up right here. You guys want to hear listen how they pronounce this.
The Uhuchoug method, a tutorial.
The Wachode
Richard
method.
D. Uhuchoug. Richard DeMille.
The Wachode method. So that's stuck in my mind now. But it talks about distribution, accumulation, and distribution. And so we'll look at Uber. And I know that Uber. I agree with you, Winky. With I agree with you about CNBC, but just in distribution, you can see this capitulation moment here, right? See some kind of a dip get bought here. I guess we'll make this yellow. Make this the ugly color so we can see it. I don't like catching knives personally. I have no interest usually in catching knives. I prefer to see banks already accumulating. You can see it right here. They did. But you can look at these. You can monitor this stuff, and set alerts and stuff, right? So the banks are in right here. Squeeze higher, trying to wear out sellers above. Hold down, down, down. This is the big one right in here. This is a big move. This is nasty in here.
So in 5 minutes' time, at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from Bank of England's chief economist, Pill, who makes a speech at the Money Market Association of New York University on money marketeers at an event titled The UK Economic and Monetary Policy Outlook. Text is expected for this.
Buyers and buyers. A lot of work in here to do. You really want to see, can you get that high? Can you buy this? This is buyable. To an extent, it's buyable. Could we see 24 and 19 again? Absolutely. On a weekly, there is some concern here. You can see we've got some resistance here. So you might want to do a, you really wanted to pick this up, you really want to see this next leg is kind of in here. Otherwise, just buying dips.
So just ahead of Bank of England's Pill's comments at the bottom of the hour, just worth noting registration online for this event is now closed. Does not appear to be any live stream availability for this. We'll keep our eyes open though.
Yeah, I got the green box up here because you can see whenever we've broken above here, it's been sold right down. Broken above, sold right back down. Broken above, sold right back down. So you don't want to see like a push above and then they dump it. After earnings season, you're going to expect them to try to sell this. Till proven otherwise. Till proven, if you can break above, like 32 or so, or somewhere in here for a bigger long. Otherwise, historically right now, they're just selling into you up here. Be careful around like 30 bucks. Careful at 30. Or 27.48. Careful at 30. It's be another reason to sell into you. That's what they've been doing, right?
So 1 minute remaining for the text release from Bank of England's Pill.
They've been doing that since the top. Did it here. Got above here. You're fighting. It's not that we can't get above here. It's that this is a weekly chart. Just know that if CNBC is still telling you something, I'm telling you that at $30, that's been the game they've been playing. I see your point, Winky. I see what you're throwing down.
10 seconds. So no sign of a text release from Bank of England's Pill.
Look at the 5-minute chart right now. 5 minutes coming up to match. 5 minutes important, right? We're bullish still. The 5-minute chart on SPY. Big blue line's coming up. Keep an eye on 390.76 here. 390.76. If this fails, right here.
Bank of England's pill says distinctive context that prevails in the UK creates the potential for inflation to prove more persistent. Seeing comments from Bank of England's pill coming through now. Says that this will strongly influence my monetary policy position in the coming months. Bank of England's pill sees risk from higher natural gas prices with a tight labour market, adverse labour supply developments and goods market bottlenecks.
This is the 5-minute trigger down below here.
Bank of England's pill says the persistent component of inflation is the relevant object for the MPC's attention.
Let's see what he's saying. What's Winky saying? Draw W up there at 37 to mock my shame. Yeah. Yeah, like the thing about taxis are weird. If any of you guys aren't old like me, like an old dirty old man, taxis became very complacent. Well, not just complacent. In certain places to own a taxi, you had a medallion and you had to sell and buy and sell a medallion. It was an easy investment for an immigrant to come to the US, buy a medallion, have a job, no background. Well, there's background checks, but not really. And you could basically you'd pass a medallion down, but then there's some complacency, right? Well, first the cost was prohibitive to own a taxi, and then there's some mafia.
Bank of England's pill says will continue to act to hit the inflation target. There's no single smoking gun that could identify as the key indicator or driver of inflation's persistence and thus monetary policy decisions.
Maybe not quite mafia, but
Still adding the MPC is focusing on signs of persistent inflation.
Anyways, doesn't really matter. What really matters is if you're not old, if you're young, I can assure you that there was a time when a taxi wouldn't come pick you up in certain places. They wouldn't, or if you called for a taxi, some places you can't even hail a taxi back in the day. But they would take an hour to come pick you up, 2 hours. They were dirty. Sometimes the cabbies smelled really bad, not for bad reasons.
Bank of England's pill says the rise in policy rates to the current levels can be seen as significant progress in normalization of monetary policy.
So if you travel into other parts of the world, there's not Uber and not Airbnb, but a lot of systems are in place that are similar to Uber, Airbnb. It's common to find a hotel in a second, third world country, even what's sometimes
Bank of
considered a
England's
first
pill
world
says
country,
the MPC will respond forcefully if necessary.
that aren't like a traditional hotel. Same thing
And
with
says to the extent that the level of imported gas prices remains significantly higher than in the past, then the threat of second rounds may well remain. It's also noting Russia's oil output stable at 10.9 million barrels a day in December and early January.
food delivery services. all that kind of stuff is common in other countries. So they're repackaging it for the U.S. And you really don't ever want to go back to a taxi type as a consumer. Now, as a worker, you're getting fucked. Being a driver for like a Uber, you're getting fucked. As a consumer, Uber is like the best thing since sliced bread being invented. Because taxis, man, they sucked. I don't care what anybody says. I hear that, and that's the same thing with Airbnb. I've had bad experiences
Bank
with
of England's
Airbnb.
Pill says supply disruptions appear to have eased in the recent months.
I've had some really bad experiences with Airbnb, but then I had some great ones too. And they're what used to be a golden age for Airbnb, but they're still better than most hotels.
Just keep in mind the Bank of England's website still has not published the text release from this. Headlines coming through here on the wires.
Maybe I'll give Airbnb a more mixed bag, but some of the shit that I hear
So also
about
looking to the
Airbnb,
markets
I'm
as
like,
US
no.
natural gas futures are extending gains, up by around 10% now.
See if I can.
Bank of England's Pill says longer-term dynamics should shape UK policy.
Maybe I'd call Airbnb more of a mixed bag. And then food delivery's been brutal
Bank
too,
of England's Pill says there have been some, albeit still tentative, signs of normalization in the patterns of US consumer demand. And Pill says since an adverse terms of trade shock can create self-sustaining inflationary dynamics, it can be understood as raising at least temporarily the level of unemployment that is required for inflation to be at target.
We're moving now, 392.64. The food delivery kind of sucks. There used to be a time when you could, like when I was young, that was actually something that was good. You'd have like a local pizza place, and all the teenagers worked there. But then we had people getting sued, people driving fast. Domino's Pizza was saying 30 minutes or less. You actually usually you would actually know your pizza delivery driver back in the day. Now it's like you watch the McDonald's has like 50,000 bags
Bank of
sitting
England's
on a
Pill
counter
says we are
for
starting
food
to see the
delivery.
labour market indicators turn. For those interested, we have just published Bank of England's Pill's full speech on the newsfeed for those interested.
Maybe I'd call it a mixed bag. And probably of all of them, if I'm looking at like food delivery, Airbnb,
Bank of England's Pill says slowing labour market could lower inflation risks.
like Uber, Airbnb, and food delivery.
Bank of England's Pill says the
All right.
extent to which an easing in the labour market induced by monetary tightening will.
I probably would say that the Uber is the best of the three. Food delivery is probably the worst, and then Airbnb comes in. Or I'd say the best is probably or Uber or Lyft, and then the middle one is probably Airbnb, and the worst is probably food delivery. But Airbnb is not far behind. But they're still better than most hotels and motels. Especially at certain places. Like if you ever drive in places where there's not a lot of hotels and there's only really shitty motels. I've seen some really bad motels, and when I go hiking and biking sometimes, and I'll go to places where no one is, like middle of nowhere. And an Airbnb is way better in some of those places. Let me put this guy back on, man. This guy's been talking and talking. He's like me. Shut the fuck up, Captain. Yeah, I turned his ass down for a minute. Am I buying SDAO soon? Yeah. I'd like to see a I'd like to see an SDAO trade. I mean, truly anywhere from 385 up to 406, 402. The good thing about SDAO is if you buy them 3 or 4 months out, and there's a lot of interest in an option, they tend to hold their value.
Bank of England's pill says the Bank of England must ensure that any self-sustaining momentum in inflation at rates above the 2% target is squeezed out of the system by constraining demand.
Although I think a put spread up here would be fine at this point too. I mean, if you're anywhere from here into 406 or so, and you were to get a put spread, not you guys, but me. If I was going to get a put spread, I'd probably get it, for like one for $3, then try to make 30% on it, which is 100% of the actual buy. So, like if you have a cost of $1 and it pays $3, put some time on it, and then I'd be trying to trade the market up into 406. Try to get the that's basically what the JPM trade is, right? You trade the
Also
market
noting,
up or
according to
down,
Xinhua,
and then
Chinese
pay
state
for the
media,
other side of
China
that trade,
adds
so it's a free trade.
12.1 million new jobs in urban areas throughout 2022.
Yeah, I turned the volume down in the background. Is that low enough on the new squawk? Look at this, just grinding higher. We'll snap another one here. Is that better? Yeah, that fucking noise. Sometimes they talk too much, and sometimes they can't shut the fuck up. I know we need that information, but Bull's trying to turn resistance into support right now. Oof. Yeah, I can tell you. You want to know why regen's probably down? That squeeze higher back in September would be a good answer. You did just we'll look up regen for you. It did just retest trend. Not a bad place to be looking at it. On the daily, just pin struck right here. 668. Giant fucking gap down below. But it did just pin strike here. I mean, what's all that right there? Another one above.
The pound hits a 3-week high against the dollar, last up around spot 9%.
Another gap down below here. A whole shit ton of gaps, my man. You actually have caps. Bearish right now. Winky. Be careful of a rejection above at 723. A failure to close gap. Careful of a failure to close gap at 710. Oh, this is a resistance point now, bro. I mean, it's S1, but it's really not an S. This is a resistance now. Turning this into resistance. Your first test. Careful, they're gonna try to sell this on you. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna be able to, but they're trying. They're trying to turn this from support into resistance. I guess we could. Like R1. Tempting to turn into. You want to watch like 709.03. Yeah, right there. That's where it is. You do not want to see this, bro. You see anything like this? That's bad juju right there. It's bad. Bad. You want to see this like fight, hold, move higher. See if the real buyers are still here or not. This is an important thing for you to be watching. Oh, yeah, baby. Just teeing off on the SPY right now. Just teeing off on the SPY. Just teeing off on the SPY. teeing off. It's a melt up right there. You guys want the next snap? You guys ready for the next one? You guys want to do it again? 1, 2, maybe one more. We all know how this goes, right? Probably get a failure somewhere up in here in R2.
So 10 minutes away now till we get the New York Fed inflation expectations data.
You guys ready for the next one? You guys want to snap the next line? Oh, oh, oh. Bears are like, yeah, I don't like that, Captain Jim James. He told me not to short, though. I listened to him. Let's check the 5-minute on SPY real quick. Yeah, it's moving. It's just teeing right off right there, right? Wham, bam.
So NASDAQ now up 2%.
You guys want to take a look at NASDAQ real quick? Okay. NASDAQ. Oh, baby. Oof. Look at that right there. You might get a pause here in the market. Careful up here if you're a bull. On SPY, be careful. You know, for something like this, and then move higher. This is becoming support now, so we're gonna look at that right now. So what we're gonna do is turn this into support now. Price target's now above. We're looking to close this gap up here too. No, this is where they bought it. This is, you know, support, but, you know, it's still not big support, right? Real buyers are down here. And you see this moving average. This is the 1 hour trend, right? Look at daily. Big. Right there. I gotta keep my shit clean. So it's actually pretty big support in here. Right here is pretty good. We'll move that up. There. Coming in buying this. They don't want us to get. Bears don't want this return here. This trading zone. So this is what bulls want to be trading in here. And you could also leave this higher too.
So 5 minutes away now till we get the New York Fed inflation expectations data.
Right there. big here. It's weekly. Here they've come in but in the past. If you get above this weekly, if you get above like 11,800, you could see some big squeezing going on up in here. $200. Looking to see if this can consolidate in here between 11,287 and 11,195. Price target 11,500 right here. Careful of some rollover here on SPY and SPX. Yeah, it's already happening.
So Treasury 10-year notes of raises decline. Yield falls to 3.55%.
Let's look at the 5-minute on SPY here. This little green box where we teed off before. View ups back down. We could see a
Shortly expecting the New York Fed inflation
could
expectations.
see a little bit of a dip in here to buy. Somewhere in here. What we make it a roll here. A little cooling off. A little bit of a cooling off period. Yeah, careful of sellers in here. Keep your eye there in Bookmap. If we sell VWAP down here, if this breaks down at all in here, we could have a revisit to
The New York Fed says
389.
the December unemployment expectations declined versus November, and December expected household income to rise at 4.6%, the highest in the series history. And New York Fed says the December expected household spending rises rise falls to 5.9% versus November at 6.9%, and the December
Buyers still in
5-year
charge
ahead
right now.
expected inflation at 2.4% versus
Buyers
November
are
at
still in charge.
2.3%.
Heads up.
The 3-year ahead expected inflation steady at 3% in December, and the December year ahead expected inflation the lowest since July 2021. The December 1-year ahead expected inflation at 5% versus November's 5.2%.
Man, dude, 4,000 is right up there too. Shit, 79 cents. I got BBY going to like 37 cents, 27 cents at some point. No problem. I think BBBY can go way down. I'm with Winky on that. I can also see it going to $3, $4, $5, $6 too. Not permanently, briefly. So right now we've got buyers still in the market. We've got more buyers than sellers. We should if this can hold here, we should have some sort of a failure above. There's one thing I'm looking at here, which is 395 isn't a failure. Could be somewhere in here. We're gonna write a price target above here today with a failure. I don't know what the difference is right now. It's like $2 and change. Price target above. Like it's 398-ish. Haven't done the math yet between ES and like 398 and change, 398.30 or 390, yeah, 397.30 or something, somewhere in here. If this keeps cranking or melting up all day long today, I don't see why R2 is not attainable. We have a price target above of 4,000. Let me look real quick. 398. The 362. You guys ready? 396.38. Right there. That's price target for today. Right there. There's price target for today. If any of these consolidations break, I'll keep moving these up as we move along. We got the 5-minute chasing us behind. Every half an hour or so, I'll move these numbers up for you. Now trading 393.26. 396 and change. I think it's 396.38. Can write that for you if you want. 396.38 is price target. All right there. Can't I get this shit to change? Whatever. There we go. That goes down there. And then this comes up. As we move up. There you go. $36.18. Yeah, it's somewhere up in here. $36.18. There's a price target right here. Yeah, this is the low price target right here. A little bit of reversal candle here. Tweezer candle, that was called. Tweezer reversal. I think that's what it's called, something like that. Keep your eye on where we are currently. So if you watch my cursor and you're watching Bookmap here, it's a little bit of resistance coming into play here kind of this place where you're starting to see some resistance, some sellers coming in. So what you're witnessing here is sellers don't want to squeeze higher because it's going to be pretty quick. Sellers definitely don't want to give this level up right here. We start getting above here, and it's going to get squeezy. Yeah. Um, there's right where you are right now. Sellers right here. If the buyers break through right here, it's going to be fast. It's going to be fast and quick. If the sellers lose control right here, it's going to be fast. Yeah, so if you're long right here, you probably want to have some stops. Because if you get that quick reversal, it's coming straight down. But if the stops aren't hit, we're going way the fuck up higher here. Fast. Hey, yeah, thanks for saying hit that like button. I appreciate that. If you guys follow me here, follow me anywhere, please hit the like and subscribe button. If you're making money off these broadcasts, please consider donating to support the channel. It's the time and effort that it takes to put this stuff out for you guys. The cost to me to put this stuff out for you guys. It's not cheap. Everything's free here. There's not, there's no like, Cap doesn't call you up in the middle of the night and ask for money, anything like that kind of stuff. Yeah, so like, subscribe at least if you're here to learn, or if you're here to have a trading companion with you. So if you got me hanging out with you all day long, and you're losing money in the market or whatever, just a like and a subscribe is enough. If you're just here so you don't fade me, good enough for me. Oh, do I have different lighting today? I don't know. Maybe. I look nice today. Yeah, that's what I do. I'll send you guys like fake feet pics and stuff, like pictures of Hobbit feet. Especially if you're having a bad day or something like that, I'll reach out to you. I've been there. I've had bad trades. I've had really ugly trades. So whenever you guys are in the shit, I don't mind giving you a call. Like some of the depths of hell that you can feel when you made bad trades. I've been there. Made many. Never good to be alone when you're in a bad place. Starting to squeeze now higher. 393.57. Be careful up in here. If you're a bull right now, just raise your stops as we go along here. You want to keep the money. You don't want to be giving it back.
$5.9 billion.
You can always jump back in, chase the trade up.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4.9 billion.
My calls are looking good on Tesla, baby. Be where we are here. So like I'm gonna bring up Tesla real quick for you. You're kind of like in this no man's land here. I want you to just in relevance look at where we are here. Then I'm gonna show you Tesla real quick, okay? And this is what I'm talking about, that squeeziness, right? So Tesla is, knocking on the door, knocking on the door, knocking on the door, knocking on the door, and it doesn't mean that Tesla can't go up here. This is where you get that squeeziness, right? Where you start breaking through vol above. Yeah, you guys are seeing this on your screener. Just be, you have to bring your stops up here even on the SPY, because you can either you're going to have one or two reactions, right? We're either going to blast off here, or there's going to be a firm rejection and we start selling down a little bit. So, if you're a bull, this is the time to be managing your trades right now on whatever you're in. If you're in anything on, let's look at around the market real quick and just, retesting down below here on Dixie. Be broken here, like 103.03. Just be careful in here, that round number 103. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, on BBBY, BBB, Apple. Coming up on that daily, 134.67. Place to take some profit. Getting a little long in the tooth, not quite, but getting there. 134.50 on Apple. Getting a little long in the tooth, not quite, but almost. Trend's not over yet on Apple, but it's not far away. You're going to probably see some bulls take some money off the table here at some point. We'll look at HYG. We'll look at XL. Yeah, HYG's is fucking pumping. Look at that. My God. A little long in the tooth here. You want to see continuation, you're going to want to see, we're turning resistance into support now, and you're going to want to see something like this to work your way back in above an HYG.
So 10 minutes away now to get the 3 and
XLF
6 month
just
bill auctions. So the
fucking
US selling
moving.
$57 billion of 3-month bills. We're a prior bid to cover of 2 to 50 and a prior high yield of 4.41%.
Same thing's happening here.
As well, the US
I
selling
just deleted
$48
this
billion
chart the other
of
day.
6-month bills. Prior bid to cover of 2 to 78 and a prior high yield of 4.635%.
Turning resistance into support. back up in here. XLK. Let's check okay, XLC. Oh yeah, XLC baby. And then XLU. Getting a little long in the tooth. Little long in the tooth. Yep. So we're just want you to be aware that getting a little tiny bit long in the tooth. So this all remains valid here. Just know that there's going to be a failure at some point. There'll be some profit taken up in here. A little long in the tooth. Anything above here is going to be a gift. Yeah, that's how I feel about. I don't even. I mean, I draw the boxes for you guys, but I'm like, usually I can just look at a chart and be like, yeah, we're probably going there, and then there, and then there, and then there. Can usually just look at a chart and be like, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's resistance. I think it's I'm not gonna call this supply here quite yet. It's more like
So 5 minutes away now to get the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. So the US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 50 and a prior high yield of 4.41%. And the US selling $48 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 78 and a prior high
right
yield
on,
of
Loud Lobster. Good job.
4.635%.
There's it's more like just profit taking up in here. So you can, if you had this chart upside down and you were looking at a bottom in the market, you'd be like, yeah, if this was upside down, you'd be like, yeah, if we round into there, or something like that. Wouldn't be surprised or shocking or surprised. Even a failure down here. Just a little bit long in the tooth as we get up in here. Do you want to look at it on just like a 5-day? See what I'm talking about here? A little bit long in the tooth. Something like this. Come up here, right? Even if we're resting here, or even if we have a failure trying to come up here, and then we're trading this down to make that next leg up or something like that. So just somewhere in here, you're going to probably see the velocity slow and look for more buyers for continuation. So you'll probably see spot gamma at some point saying that there's going to be, you'll see like the selling of calls. You might not see the buying of puts, but just the selling of calls in here in this vicinity where we are. It's 11:28 in the morning. Trying to figure out time-wise how much time we have to get up there. Yeah, my take, Chase, on I've done a lot better with gamma when I've stopped. I think I graduated.
Shortly
I think I've
expecting the
graduated
3
gamma
and
school.
6-month bill auction. I'll lead with the 3-month bill bid to color.
Well. I'm hoping that you're sitting by a warm wood stove right now, your wife's boyfriend. You come inside from being out in the woods all day long and you're brewing a cup of Joe. No, there aren't. So the two places you're looking above is 39.80. And you see the 4,000 up there? We've got about a $3.62 difference in between ES and SPY. So you can just do your own math there. We've been talking about the squeezability up in here. So we should see some squeezing higher or a swift reversal here. Oh, yeah. Your wife's boyfriend says he's got the bun warmer on in the sedan. Hell yeah. It had you nice and warm all morning. I love when I'm out in the woods, man, if you can get warm. It feels good. Matter of fact, I was some of the stupid shit I did when I was younger. I had I was talking about a trip that I took that was very dangerous. And over the years I didn't know how dangerous it actually was. And I was reminiscing about it the other day, and I was like, it was more dangerous than I considered it to be. And it was danger of freezing to death. Oh yeah, you got heated. Yeah, man, heated socks and heated gloves, and those heated jackets are banging too. They're expensive. You can supposedly get them cheaper. You can buy like the battery packs and the wires from like Wish or something, or I don't know, from China,
Bids cover 2 to 61, 2 to 61. High yield
Alibaba,
4 spot 5
and
6%.
wire up your own jacket.
So the US sells $63 billion
Oh, here
of
comes the
3-month
Bears.
bills and awards 75.44%
Here
of
comes
bids
the
at high.
Bears.
So the US 6-month bill bids are cover 2 to 48, 2 to 48.
Here comes the
and a high yield
Bears.
of 4.71%. And the US selling $53 billion of 6-month
Here
bills
comes
and
the
awards
Bears.
67.95% of bids at high.
Here comes the Bears. Yeah, I did. That was a different time, but I have done that. Did I tell you that story? When I packed meat off a mountain with no gun? That was a different story. That one was pure stupidity. Not stupidity, but we took an elk and we didn't have a gun with us. I've done that. I don't know if I've told you that story. I've been there. If you just did that, I've done that. Blood pouring off your back, just like blood draining down through the meat bags. Walking through the woods after nightfall. Got like a mile and a half through 2-3 miles to get back to someone with a car. Been there. Oh yeah, tell the other one. So, I think I've told this story before. So I went and did I have a normal hikers that I'll hike with, so people that I trust and that I've hiked with before, and I'll give you his name. His name is Mike, and I hiked with this guy all over the place, all over the world. I've been all over the world with this guy, and for many years. He's a hippie, like a dirty hippie, but he was raised by a lot of outdoorsy people, and so he wasn't the dirty hippie like you'd expect. This guy knew how to do his thing. So I'd go on. Oh, dirty bears coming in right now. Oh, dirty bears. So you see that right there? This could be a liquidity grab too, but be real careful here. So so this guy is like he's a dirty hippie, but he's reliable and he doesn't panic and he knows how to hike and backpack, through hike, all this stuff. And so it's always a trusted companion. If you do like hiking on a national park trail or something, it's not really a big deal. But if you go anywhere that's where you're breaking trail and you're not like far away from civilization, that kind of stuff, you need to trust the people that you're with and have experience on smaller hikes and stuff like that. And so I always did with this guy. This guy wasn't a gear whore or anything. This guy had worn equipment, equipment that works. And I went on a hike with 3 guys. And the third man that was in the group was both of our friends. He was outdoorsy, and we were friends with this guy for a few years at least. And he had all the equipment. This guy's a Gerhor. He had everything. You can always tell the difference. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but so when you go to like a mountain town, or you go to like I don't know, like a Moab or something, you're gonna see two kinds of people. You're gonna see, let's say you see a guy wearing a North Face puffy jacket.
UN
a
National
prime
Security
example.
Advisor Sullivan says, I don't see defense funds getting taken away by Republicans.
You guys may or may not know this, but it doesn't have to be just a puffy jacket, but it could be anything. If you see someone in the mountains wearing a jacket that's fitted, like an exterior, like a shell, if you see anyone with a puffy that's fits them perfectly, they're typically not a true outdoor, not true, but a true outdoorsy person. I don't know how to describe, how to word this nicely. Um, Anyone that spends time in the backcountry, I don't care if you're a hunter, I don't care if you're a through hiker, backpacker, whatever you are, you tend to dress in layers. So if you see someone wearing clothing, regardless of what it is, that's frumpy, or underlayers that are tighter, or not tight, but like you see people wear like a North Face puffy and it's fit perfectly. That person's not always. Sometimes people have like I'm wearing only this puffy North Face when I'm in town, my in town mountain casual. But a lot of people that spend time in the backcountry, they know how to layer. So if you've got this layering system, um, your shit's probably not going to look pretty and perfect, and it's not going to fit appropriately if you're just wearing that jacket or that sweater or that hoodie or that whatever piece of gear it is. It's not going to fit like it should, because you have this layering system that you use when you go in the backcountry. So this guy had all the perfect stuff. I mean, this guy was paying for very expensive equipment, and he would always do a shakedown or something. He'd be like, "Oh, come check my shit out" and all that stuff. And he talked the talk and looked like he walked the walk. And we went down to the Southern Tetons in Wyoming in right before hunting season. And I had some free time. I had like 3 weeks off or something, and I'm like, "Hey man, I'm talking to all these different people saying this is where I'm going." And this one guy in our friend group was like, "I got the time. I want to go with you guys." And I'm like, "Okay, great. Come with us." And I wasn't thinking, we got some blood coming in the market right now. A little bit of weakness right here in the market. This is there's a couple lessons here. So, a little bit of blood right here, a little bit of weakness. We're going to look on the 5-minute chart real quick and take a quick look here. Okay, see that little green box right here? So, I need to see that green box right here. Okay, it's like first place down below here, 392.26. You got VWAP down below here in the 5-minute chart. A little bit of blood coming to the market right now. I'm going to do a retest in the 5-minute. See if the buyers are still down here or not. So, I'm trying to think of where. Oh, where's Jackass? You guys remember where Jackass Pass is? Any guys out there know Wyoming at all? I'm going to look it up on the side here. Jackass Pass. Southern Tetons. Jackass Pass. Teton County, Wyoming. Let's see where Jackass Pass is on a map, and then I'll tell you exactly what the entire route was. It was 130 miles or something. The Wind River Range. You guys know the Wind River Range, the winds. They also call them the winds. Wind River Range. And It's fucking beautiful there. Absolutely stunning and beautiful, and very dangerous. And I'll tell you the route that we were taking. It's like 130 miles, 140, 130, 140 miles or something like that. And one of the places that we got stuck on was I think Jackass Pass. Winter Range Trails. Yeah, I think it was the Cirque. I think it was the Cirque of the Towers loop or something like that. Anyways, this is many years ago. I think so. It was a through hike. We got dropped off in a town, and then we were gonna through hike through and get picked up on the side of a road or something like that. A couple weeks later, a week or two later, or something like that. So we're up there, and the real issue is it's time of year. So we're there. We're there. I want to say in. So it was just before hunting season started. I think just before the rifle hunt. So you saw hunters were up in there, and they were setting up camps, and I don't think you can put salt licks out and stuff up there. I think though, but they'll go up there and they'll start trail watching and stuff, find out where the game is out on the trail. You got grizzlies up in there. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's like full on grizzly country, and it's cold, man. Like not only is it cold, so it's warm during the day, warmish. It's like it gets up to like in a high sun, it might get up to like 40, 50. But moment that sun goes down, it's like teens. And if it ice rains or if the ground is cold, like cold, and if it snows, it snowed when we were there a bunch. But it was getting down to like, -10, -15. If the wind starts blowing on one day or night, you're not behind a break of some kind, it can get real cold, like bone chilling.
So we did just see a
And
piece about 6 hours old now by CoinDesk saying French financial regulators support a faster mandatory licensing for crypto firms.
you don't have there's no like firewood or anything, right? Everything's wet that time of the year, and you need a four season tent, and you need your bear precautions, hunter precautions. Um, if you're a bear, what you're looking for here, if you're a bear right now, what you're looking for is a little rejection right here. You're looking for a little rejection right here. Trade this down. But so anyways, we're out there and it's cold as fuck. And this guy's a Garhor. He's got everything with him, and he's loaded the fuck up. This guy's got like a shotgun on him. He brought a shotgun, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He brought like a 40 cal with him, and I'm like, "You can't bring all that shit with you." And so he left the shotgun in his truck, and he still brought the 40 cal. And his pack weight was like, I want to say it was maybe 70 or 80
And we have
pounds
also
or some
posted
shit
out
like
the
that.
piece by
70
CoinDesk
pounds.
on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested. And be aware this did come out about 5 hours ago.
And like, just so you know, like my pack weight is like, when I start out maybe at like 50 pounds, but all that shit is like whiskey, like maybe a steak dinner for the first night or two until I get my trail legs going. But my normal pack weight's like 30 pounds at max, like 30 pounds. And I can pretty much stay without a resupply for 5, 6, 7 days, somewhere in there, no problems. And if it got into like 8 or 10 days, probably get down to like 20, 25 pounds of my pack weight, and somewhere in there. And I actually pack. So I don't ultralight backpack. I actually still to this day, not for all. I do do some ultralight backpacking if it's just a couple days, 2, 3 days. But if I'm through hiking up in rugged mountains like that, I'll bring like 30 to 50 pounds of weight on an external frame. Still, I use an old school styled Kelty external frame pack. It's baller, and the way the weight sits on your back, it's up high on your shoulders, it blows unless you're doing technical climbing, which I can just pull this pack off, and then I've got an ultralight backpack that I'll put on for technical climbing. I keep a really really lightweight pack inside my pack, but this guy's got like an internal frame pack trying to pack like 70 fucking pounds or something, and I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, you can't be doing that with an internal frame pack. Whatever. But it's a nice name brand or whatever. So we're up there and hiking around, and this place is cool as fuck, by the way. This is a place where when you go hiking up in this place, right, they got these big ass mountain lakes in the middle of nowhere, big rugged, jagged mountains, waterfalls coming down, frozen waterfalls, avalanche zones. They have this place. They have this rock field where you're jumping. They're like these rectangle boulders that you have to jump from one to the next one. You get a pack on, and you're jumping like 5-6 feet across a chasm, over and over and over, almost like the Maze District down in Moab, right? But not real close and tight. Just like huge danger, wind blowing, gorgeous, beautiful, middle of nowhere. And my normal hiking partner and I, if there's really bad weather, we can make miles. Like, we know how to make like 20, 30 miles in a day if we need to. And we were like day 4 or 5 into this trip. We had just crossed Jackass Pass. It's kind of a dangerous place to get caught on because it's open and exposed. And it had been like 3 straight days of sub-zero temperatures at nighttime, like -10, -20. Storm came through one night, and this guy's not getting warmed up around a fire at nighttime. This guy in our group that's a Gerhor, and he's not warming himself. He's not keeping warm. And that's the other thing. I've got a dog with me. I've got a dog with me up there, and I keep bear spray with me and a dog with me, and so we're making a fire every night, and I'm sleeping with the dog in the tent in my sleeping bag, and then my one buddy Mike, my longtime hiking partner, starts to get cold, and we start sleeping together. And when you're out in the backcountry, shit like that, you need to like keep yourself clean. You need to stay warm, your core body temperature. You need to be able to warm a bottle up next to a fire and stick it down in your bag. You need to not be getting out in the middle of the night to take pisses. You can piss in a bottle or a bag or whatever you have with you. And most importantly, you can't remain cold for a long period of time. And you have to say something. You have to talk to your partners that you hike with. It's required. This isn't like no homo kind of stuff. Like, if you're out there in the middle of nowhere, something's wrong, anything's wrong, you have to communicate that to your partners. And there's a real thing about wanting to leave your ass behind so that I can continue on with my hike because you fucked up. That's a real thing in the backcountry. So it's like 3 days in, and we end up sharing a tent, my buddy and I. And now this is the thing: if our third partner, and he's like trying to be manly and all, I do my own thing and all this other shit. All he had to say was, "I'm fucking cold. I'm gonna come sleep in the tent with you guys," And you put 2, 3 warm bodies in a tent, you're gonna be nice and toasty and warm, no matter how cold. Not no matter how cold it gets, but if it gets that cold, you're at least able to warm up, stay warm, and it makes it turn because when you're hypothermic in any way, shape, or form for an extended period of time, you just start to devolve. Everything starts to devolve. You start getting in your head. You're thinking bad thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And no, these bulls are just in charge right now. Bulls are like, no, sir. So, you guys know how we do this, right? Let's snap a line right there. You know where to put your stops above and below. Amen. So, this guy's like, acting like he's G.I. Joe or whatever during this hike. He's not saying too much. and we're out there, and we're at this point we're just over Jackass Pass, and I'm like, we're gonna have to make some time here. And he ended up getting lost at some point, and I think we're at this point. I think we're like 70 miles in. No, I don't know. It was less than that. It was like, man, I don't remember if it was like 40 or 50 miles in or something like that. And I was like, or he was like, I'm not doing well. And I was like, what do you mean you're not doing well? He's like, I'm afraid to go any further in this direction. He's like, I've been hypothermic for a few days. And I'm like, what do you mean hypothermic for a few days? And we're in like an exposed part of the trail. Like, we have no business stopping, and he wants to stop hiking. And I'm like, fuck no, we're moving. And he's like, I can't go any further. And I'm like, are you shitting me? We were at some pretty big elevation. I think we were at 13,000 feet, something like that, 12,500, 13,000, somewhere up in there. And he panicked and started to tell us that, like, he wasn't getting enough caloric intake. He had like 2-3 days of hypothermic, or he was hypothermic, clouding his judgment, all kinds of stuff. And we turned around, and we had to evacuate the mountain. And if you evacuate a mountain, it's like, as long as they can move, you have to go as fast as you possibly can. So we started to take all of his gear off him, pack his shit in our backpacks, and start making miles. And when you're making miles, man, it's like you move as fast as you possibly can. Can't risk getting caught in weather. Can't risk getting lost. Can't risk getting hurt. And you got to put miles on. And we ended up having to emergency evacuate this mountain and get down to some shelter, spend one more night real quick, and then get him off the mountain into a vehicle that was warm. Get some real food into him. Because at this point we're eating dehydrated meals and shit, and we're getting water from streams and stuff, and it's just not what it doesn't like fortify you after you've been hypothermic. You need like someone or you need like warmth as much as possible, warm food, high calorie, dense calorie food, all that kind of stuff. But I was so fucking pissed. I was so angry because I got this hippie that knows how to do all this stuff, and then I got a gear whore that looks great, but probably doesn't have that kind of backcountry experience. It's like some people know some people understand where you camp and where you eat and shit, and then where you sleep, windage, and then how to know if they're in a good place or not. So, like, by day 3 of being not well, it oh yeah, it just compounds and oh, 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 oh. Did you feel that? Did you feel that? I gotta get some lotion. Hold on. Let me get my tub of lotion over here. Get some of that lotion
So
out.
SOFR trades are targeting a Fed downshifting to 25 basis point hike at the next meeting. So a wave of
Oof.
bullish options flows prints in February SOFR contracts hedge a
Break
scenario that
out
the
the
Fed will
lube.
cut the size of its rate hike to 25 basis points, or even pause at the upcoming February 1st policy announcement.
Whoa. So we evacuate the mountain. Meanwhile, right, I've got my wife who's I think I had my wife like scheduled. Like, this is some stuff where you're like, okay, on this day, this time, you're gonna meet me. She's like, I don't know, 8 hours away or something insane. And this guy has had his truck at the base of the mountain. So we double back it all the way down there for this guy, and we get him off mountain. He's got no pack weight or nothing. We get him off mountain, and now my dog's all fucked up trying to get him off the mountain because you're working him too hard or walking him too hard. I'm pissed off about my dog now. Pissed off about this guy who's a gare whore, and we finally get off mountain, and we get into this little town. I forget the name of the town is called now, but this little town at the base of the Wind River Range, and get him some food. And this guy wants to stay in town, and I'm like, we ain't fucking staying in this town, you know. So I have to call my wife, tell her, don't bother to meet me on the other side of the mountains and stuff. And we're heading back, and I'm like, you're taking me and my goddamn dog back. I'm like, and you're taking my buddy Mike with me too. So this crazy part is that Mike and I slept in the back of this truck. Not slept, but we basically slept in the back of this cold ass truck. We put the dog in the front with him and forced him to drive, and drove through to get back home. But never again, and never since, have I ever hiked with anyone. I guess this is the moral of the story is, I don't care who you're out there hiking with. You better have some miles with somebody on easy, normal, regular stuff. I don't care who they look like and what they tell you out there in real life, or whatever they're fucking showing you, or they talk about their stories. You're gonna go out there and do some real hiking with anybody. I don't care what kind it is. You need to have some trail time with them. You need to have like miles under your belt with somebody, even if it's just local stuff to start. 2-3 miles, 10 miles, then 30 miles. You need to like spend some time with these people on trail, because you'd be surprised, or you'd be surprised how many people say there's something, and then you get out there in a trail. You might have a different pace that you walk than they walk, a different tolerance for cold than they have, a different idea of what's enjoyable and what's not enjoyable. All kinds of factors. How they act, and if they get lost in the middle of nowhere. People get scared too. You have to understand. You go up into these places, and panic can set in for some people. You know, they get up into a place where there's grizzly bears, there's hunters, there's mountain lions, all kinds of different shit. There's real danger when you're walking, or wherever you're climbing through. There's technical aspects to the backpacking you're doing, and you have to remain calm. It's not an easy thing, you know. Like I bring what's that shit that you take, Benadryl with me to calm me down. But you have to have ways to fight panic, and you have to be able to self-diagnose if something's going wrong. And you can't be afraid. If you're like, hey, I'm on a mountain and I've got a rash across my ass and I don't know what to do, or I'm cold, or I haven't taken a shit in 5 days. I don't care what malady that you have, but you have to be able to be honest about your situation when you're out in the middle of nowhere. So that's my story. That's the story about this guy almost died out there with me, and didn't say a word. It could have been. It was so afterwards. We had a shakedown after our trip, and I was nice to this guy afterwards and stuff. But you know, afterwards it's like I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. But I would never go with that guy anywhere ever again. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever. Go out anywhere with that guy ever again. And we still were friends, remained friends afterwards, but that was the last time we ever hiked together. And he never brought it up again either. He knew. But you know, some people's enjoyment of things are different. They think something and it's different than what it actually is. What people's enjoyment levels are. Yeah. Make sure that they're slower. I agree with that part. That's a great old school joke. Who wrote that, Dylan? I know that joke. I only have to be faster than you, bro. I only have to be faster than you. With bears in bear country, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just need to outrun you.
China 5-year credit default swaps fall to the lowest since April 2022, down 4 basis points from previous close
Yeah,
to
the longs
59
are
basis
awesome.
points.
I've been there too.
That's according to S&P Global Market Intelligence.
There's a great book called what is it called? The 14ers or something? The Colorado 14ers. A great book. I got it signed by the author. I used to live in Colorado. I lived up in Winter Park and Vail. Yeah, altitude sickness is a real thing, especially if you haven't been living there. Yeah, bad company. Yeah, it's tough too to find a good hiking partner. Well, if you find one, they're gold. Like if you find a good, to this day, my buddy Mike and I still get together, still friends to this day, over those bonds that we made in the mountains. And I do it alone now too. Matter of fact, I did the White Rim Trail alone, all by myself. It was crazy because there was when I finished it, I got down the backside of White Rim Trail. There's this big, and I had seen another group far behind me, and they were screaming and yelling at me because I was at the bottom, jumping up and down with my hands in the air, freaking out. I was all alone. There was nobody there, and these people saw me, and I saw them far away, and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, you guys know what I did all by myself." I think that was 125 miles or something. Rocky Mountain National Park is dangerous too. I used to live up there. Rocky Mountain National Park, shit. I lived like 15 minutes away from well, not 15, maybe 30 minutes. Grand County is in the middle of frickin' nowhere. But that's a dangerous place. That's a dangerous place. You think it isn't dangerous, but then you get up there all by yourself in the Rocky Mountain National Park and you're like, shit, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Oh yeah, Bears want it so bad right now. Bear's gonna tell you we just got a liquidity grab above here. Don't freak out yet. Going down, baby. Blood. Bright red blood. Right there. Blood. We're going to check out where the 5-minute is. We're going to move this blue one up here. Dude, seriously. What is with this fucking thing? What's with this box? All right, I gotta get rid of this box right now because it's being a pain in the ass. Okay. We're gonna go to the 5-minute here. Take a look. Bulls do not want to give this blue line up right here. We'll leave it on the 5-minute. So have we broken the 1-minute yet? Yeah, we've broken it. Okay, so we've broken the 1-minute right now. So we're gonna start to we're losing some steam here. You see this? Trading underneath the 1-minute right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this down right here, okay? And we're gonna look at the 5-minute. And we're gonna look to see. So just so you know that this blue line, this white line right here is actually blue. And we're gonna make this a little bit thicker here. Losing a little bit of steam here. And we don't want to give up this 5-minute here. If you're a bear, you definitely don't want to see. If you're a bull, you want to see like some kind of a move here and higher. Okay? You want to see a trade-off here, which we've been doing all day long. So I don't think the bull run is over here. But I just want you to be conscious of I'll just draw a line here so we can see it. We'll put it back in the 1 minute so you can see it. You don't want to give this up right here, okay? If you give this up, we're definitely going down here to R1. We're going to go back to the 1 minute. You don't want to see I don't want to see the rejection here and trade down. Although if you're a bull, this could be where you get that, move, and then we get to move higher. We start giving this stuff up, though, and, it becomes like we're losing some steam here. So we get down to the 5 minute, break below that. We're going to probably move back down to the 15 minute. Right there. Yeah, Continental Divide's badass. Continental Divide Trail's badass. I have this thing where I do and either of my daughters want to do the CDT or CDT, I do the PCH maybe. Have no interest in the AT. I've section hiked that stuff. Probably if there was a trail that I'd be interested in doing, probably be the CDT. That's a pretty badass trail. I mean, you're talking about going through Arizona, New Mexico, and then all the way up into Canada. It's beautiful, and it's beautiful, beautiful. Oh, there we go. A little bit of blood. Nah, the real key is not this level here. This is the 5 minute right here. This is a big level to lose. This will take you to the 15. The 1 minute's already been given up, so we're giving up the 1 minute right now. We're gonna go down and more than likely test the 5 minute. That's that blue line. No, I've never been to Banff. It's on my list. When I was younger, I used to peak bag and shit. I put together 2 big trips a year. I've never done Banff. I've always wanted to. If I ever get a chance to do that stuff, I have like a small list that's left to do. That's one of them. Banff is on that list. Yeah, I'd do Banff in a minute. I have a small list of places I'd like to do, or at least show up to. Yeah, it can be stressful, right? Yeah, Peru's. My father went to South America and did a bunch of stuff down there. If my daughter, I like to. I have this we talk about it sometimes, but every year or two I'll bring it up, and she has no interest in it. But we hike. We go on hiking trips. Some pretty big ones for their age and stuff. We'll do 1 or 2 trips a year, and in the middle of nowhere. But we don't hike all the time like we did when we lived out west. So, I'll usually say to her in the middle of like a 3 or 4 day backcountry hike, I'll be like, "Hey, you want to go do? You want to take a summer off and we'll just go hike the AT or something, or not the AT, but the CDT or the PCH?" And she'll be like, "No, no, daddy." We did where are the 2 we just did what do we do? I'm trying to remember this 2 places we just did. They're up in northern Michigan. We did Porcupine. Um Not the Porcupine Mountains. We haven't done the Porcupine Mountains yet. That's one I want to do. That's one I think I had that planned for end of summer, and then something came up. What have we done so far here in Michigan? We did this little lake thing that was a blast. We did what did we do up here? We did Grand Island, which is off of Pictured Lakes National Park. It was a loop. It wasn't many miles. It was like 7 miles, but it turned into 15 miles. So we went onto this place. We got a boat trip out to this island called Grand Island. No services or anything. And it was supposed to be, I don't know if it was 7 or 12 round trip. Maybe it was 20 or 30 miles. I can't remember. I think so. I don't. Let me see what the loop trail, Grand Island. Oh, this is a funny ass story. Grand Island. I think it's a loop trail. Be wrong. Grand Island Loop. Yeah. So, to talk about an understatement. So you're gonna love this. So we went up to this place called Grand Island, right? The trail is 20 miles. It's 20 miles in a loop. So we get on the trail, right? And it's like a 3 or 4 day trip or something. And we hike in, I want to say halfway, or maybe a third of the way. Let's say it was 6 or 7 miles. And the bridge is or there's a sign that says the bridge is knocked out. And you should turn around or something. And so I'm like, oh, we'll just cut through these woods over here. And this island is like sand with like a forest. And so every step is like 2 steps. And so we ended up like hiking around to get to meet back up where the bridge was out. And so we added another like 6 or 7 miles onto the trip. So now we're up to like 27 miles for this trip. We get around the bridge that's out, and it wasn't actually fucking out. It was out to like motorized traffic. So you could have crossed this bridge, this like big high bridge, and easily. So we added like 6 or 7 miles to this trip, and which like that's pissed off child and pissed off wife right away. They're all angry at me. And of course, I'm pushing them. I'm like, we gotta go. We have backcountry camping spots. You have to reserve them. It's this like reservation system and stuff, and we have to get there and blah blah. You don't want to be camping on the side of this trail or whatever. So we're up there doing this, right? And we get to our first campsite, and it's on Lake Superior, and it's cold. I don't remember when this was, but I think it might have been like May or something, but it was still cold up there. Like Lake Superior is like 40 degrees in May. Crystal clear blue water, like glass. Not glass, not like flat, but like crystal clear, beautiful, gorgeous water. And so we get to this first site, and there aren't many sites out there to camp, like designated camping backcountry sites. We get to the first site, and there's like, and I think I made these girls walk like, I think by the end of the day they had walked like 15 or 16 miles. It was a long ass day. First day on the trail. And this is after like a shakedown on land, and then a boat trip across, and then a shakedown before you take off. And it's end of the day. It's like cold, winds blowing. I'm right on the lake, and the wind's blowing off the lake onto the island. And there's a little stand of trees hiding this. Hold on a second here. There's a little stand of trees that's protecting this campsite, and there's like a bunch of kids. I say kids, like 20, 25-year-olds in the campsite. And of course, I bring everything, right? And so I'm angry at this point. I'm like, why are these fucking people in my campsite? You can't come out here without a backcountry permit, and you can't spend the night unless you have a backcountry camping permit. So I'm pissed off. I'm angry. And I don't want to go in there and talk to these people because I'm probably going to freak out. I am. I'm about to freak out. Okay, so we've lost the 1 minute, right? And the bears are now trying to get underneath the 5 minute. This is productive for bears. This is the first target for bears here. Bears want to get underneath here. We know what happens when we come to the 5 minute, right? You see it right here? And we launch. Come back down. Boom, we launch. And so this is our third test right now of the 5 minute. You can see we pin struck it. So we're going to see right now if the bears can get underneath the 5 minute. Price target below 391.91. Be another place for a bull to consider the move higher here. Can we get to R2 above? So we'll put that little little blue line down here again. Yeah, see it right there, right? Another thing that you're looking for is you don't want to see the 5 minute start to curl over. You want to see the 5 minute moving up like this. So we're going to watch this real quick. Now I'm looking for a couple things. Might take a trade here. So I'm on this island, and I'm sitting out on, matter of fact, I'm sitting on the beach on Lake Superior. It's getting cold now. It's like maybe 40, 35, 40, something like that. Got wife, 2 kids. We're pretty far out there for having kids with you and stuff. And we're cold mostly, want to have a fire and stuff. Is like these kids are already partying and stuff, doing their thing. And starting to break below right here. We'll look at the 15 minute real quick. Start breaking this 5 minute. Price target below 391.20. Here's your 15 minute right here. There's a 1 minute. So you got so my wife goes out there and she's like, "Hi, we reserved this camp site for the night, and they all stopped talking, and she's trying to be nice to them, and they're like, "Oh no, we got here first." And then so she breaks out the because of course I bring everything. I'm like, here's the Ziploc copy of our reservation for this site.
US Treasury 30-year yield hits 3-week low of 3.653%, last down 2.6 basis points at 3.665%.
And you don't know.
And at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bostic speaks, as well as Fed's Daily, who gets interviewed by the Wall Street Journal.
Here. You don't know if somebody's got a gun with them and they've been drinking that kind of stuff. 391 or 392s.
So Atlanta Fed President Bostic takes part in a moderated discussion hosted by the Rotary Club of Atlanta. Text isn't expected, but a Q&A with both the audience and media is.
And she shows them she shows them the permit that we have to camp. And it's like, like the entire conversation changes. It's kind of like when you're setting someone up. You let them say what they want to say, and you let them do their thing, and you let them make their arguments. And then you whip out the permit, and you're like, here, I got something for you. Why don't you read this for me? And so they read the permit, and there's like of the group is like 6 or 7 of them, cool people, nice people, but they're now having a discussion. So my wife comes back down to the beach, and I just get up and walk back up to these guys, and I'm like, here, I'll shorten the discussion for you. I'm like, there's 2 ways we do this. You pack your shit and get out of here, or I'll let you guys stay in the site with me for the night. You got to move your shit over, and I'm going to take that flat area over there for my wife and my kids and I. And it was cool because I wasn't being a dick or nothing about it, but what ended up happening was they stayed with us for the night in this campsite, and we had a big old fire, and we drank Fireball and shots of bourbon together, and we cooked as a group, and we ended up hiking together the entire time for the rest of this time in the mountain. And of course, you've got like an old man like me and a 9-year-old. I think at the time she was 8, and a 14-year-old girl, and my wife, and they have to keep up with us now. So we ended up camping with these people the next night and hiking all the way out of this island together and making great friends in the middle of nowhere. But it was interesting because when we first met these people, they were pretty much trying to give me the bum's rush. And they would have. If we hadn't had our permit, we probably would have gotten the bum's rush on that trip. So there's a lesson to you. If you make reservations in the backcountry, keep everything, like print everything out, keep it on you at all times. Because you'll find people out there they'll be like trying to take your shit, especially if it's in like a hard to stay place. And they got real friendly once they saw that we had all the permits. Well, my wife was pissed. Yeah, I could have been a real dick too, and I was dickish for a moment. I gave the ultimatum, the quick ultimatum. There's no discussion here. You can stay with us if you like, or pack your shit and get out. And of course, the more level-headed in the group is like, yeah, you know what? You're being nice to us, aren't you? And I'm like, fuck yeah, I am. You want to hang out? We can hang out. This is you're negotiating. I'm not. I know that, but I know when you're talking to my wife without you seeing the permit, that you thought she was negotiating with you. That's not what's going on here. You're negotiating with her. Wheeler Park is awesome. Wheeler Park is beautiful. The top of Wheeler Park is gangster. It's a grand view. Oh. What do you say, Chase? The market is supportive. Supportive market.
US 2-year and 10-year yields fall to 3-week low. 10-year last down 4.1 basis points at 3.53%. 2-year last down 4.8 basis points at 4.211%. And at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bostic speaks in a moderated discussion hosted by the Rotary Club of Atlanta. Text isn't expected, but a Q&A with both the audience and media is. And Fed's Daily is interviewed by the Wall Street Journal.
So I'm looking for some calls here. If we can get above 32.8,
the live video for Fed's Daily speech is now on the feed for all those interested.
I want to see us. If we can get above here, I'll take some calls here. If not, I'll look below for a place to buy.
Bear in mind, the Rotary Club is an invite-only event, so there won't be any live coverage.
But we ended up being friends with these people the whole entire hike. So we ended up doing like 20, I think it was like 27 miles total round trip. We, you want to hear some funnier story about this trip? So, we're done with the trip, right? I think we'd spent 2 nights there or something, 3 days, 2 nights. We're hiking out to the to pick up a ferry, and the ferry is like a boat, like a pontoon boat, and open air pontoon boat with chairs, seats on it, or something. And we're like a mile away from the ferry dock, and I hear the ferry. And I can't see the ferry, but I can hear it coming into the dock. This ferry came in at like 5 o'clock or something, 6 o'clock, and it was like there and gone. No one's on this island right now. There's there on this island there might be, I don't know, 6 groups of people. So this isn't like high summer when it's packed or anything like that. So this ferry is like one trip in the morning, one trip at the end of the day. So the ferry, I think this is Memorial Day weekend. I think it is. I think it's Memorial Day weekend. Normally I go hiding on Memorial Day. On the high holidays, I'll go run away from all the crowds and stuff. So the ferry comes and I can hear it, and it's like ting, hits the dock, and boom, gone. Nobody's there. So it's not like he's waiting around for anybody. So he's like in and out. And I'd left my wife and kids behind to catch the ferry guy, so I could be like, hey, hold on wait for me. I got, women and children back here that need to catch up. And I think at that point I was packing my pack and my kids' packs too. So I get to the ferry, and the ferry's like gone, like crossing the lake, and he ain't coming back. No cell service, no way to get these people back. And he's oh. All right. I'm long 393 Cs. We'll see how this works itself out here. Long 393C in the money calls. Reclaiming. We're at the confluence of the 1 and 5 minute. Squeezing higher right now. I'm gonna keep some limit stops below. Give me just a second here.
Shortly expecting comments from Feds Bostic and Feds Daily.
All right. So I missed the ferry, and my wife and children are mad at me now. They're like, he took us out here and it wound up being cold. Have to share a campsite with some other people. Told us it was a 20-mile hike, turned into a 27-mile hike. And now this asshole made us miss the ferry. And I've been running them. It's like we're there 3 days total, 2 nights. We hiked like almost 30 miles. So there hasn't been like, you got a day of walking, and then you make a camp, get ready to eat. And you only have 2-3 hours to do something before you have to go to sleep. So this trip on its own, it's a lot of time spent working hard. Now my wife and children are pissed off, and we're about to make a camp right near where the dock is, the ferry, so we can grab it in the morning. And they're hungry and they're cold, that kind of stuff. And I see some family is on a boat, on like a pontoon boat, and they're driving around the lake. and it's like end of the day, and they're drinking beers and hanging out. And I go up to them and I'm like, they're going. There's a outhouse or something by this ferry dock, and so they go to use the outhouse. The women do and stuff, and there's this guy on the boat, and the guy that's like this guy sees me and the wife and kids and stuff, and he's like, howdy, and I'm like, howdy, how's it going? And I was like, hey, look, man, I was like, I just missed a ferry. I got my wife and 2 kids with me. Now, mind you, I was nice to these people in this campsite, right? And I'm like, look, man, I'm like, I just missed this ferry. My wife and kids are cold. They don't want to be here anymore. I'm like, if I gave you $100, would you take me back across the lake right here to that parking lot that's like a mile away? And he's like, of course. And I'm like, and I think if I didn't have my wife and kids with me, there's no way I could ever ask that or something like that. But dude, he loaded my wife and my kids and I up in his boat and took me across the water. And he's like, I don't want the money. I don't want the money. Even gave us beers. And then
Fed
we got a
Staley
trip
says
back. My
absolutely
wife and kids are
expects U.S.
like,
economy to continue slowing.
Saved. I don't have to spend any more cold nights with this guy out in the middle of nowhere. And so we went back, got burgers and all that fun stuff. Got a hotel with hot tubs and all that fun stuff. The wife and kids were happy again. So we got off the island after all. And then we did Isle Royale National Park. If you've never been there, you can look that one up on. That's if you live somewhere else in the country, I think it's the least visited or second least visited national park in the United States. And that one's badass. If you guys are sailors, you can rent a.
Fed Staley says the Fed is completely data dependent. My views could change.
Oh yeah, my views could change daily. If you guys
Fed
are
Staley
sailors,
says
man,
in the first quarter expects labor market to continue to slow and inflation to come down.
best way to visit Isle Royale is by sailboat, and you sail around the island rather than hiking it. You can go swimming, fishing, hiking, day hikes, camp on the beach, and you rent the.
Fed Staley says my views are very consistent with the summary of economic projections.
Rent a sailboat in Wisconsin. Otherwise, you can get there by seaplane and just hike it. Isle Royale National Park. Check that place out. That place is badass. Lots of mosquitoes. And I think they have like a restaurant part of the year, so you can get like a burger and shit on the island. But then there's parts of the year where there's nobody there. Like very very low staff. If you want like real quiet and privacy, you go in the shoulder seasons. It's a beautiful place. That's in the middle of nowhere too. Is Netflix going to Valhalla? We were talking about, or Winky keeps talking about Dude, look at Tesla. Tesla's just sideways.
Fed Staley says overall inflation is coming down, but mostly in energy and goods.
Tesla's looking like distribution, isn't it?
Fed Staley says core services inflation hasn't come down yet as Fed would like.
Netflix almost for a pinstrike for Winky, $319.96. Probably rolling over here right now. I'm probably have to cut myself loose. I'm right at calling a stop here. It's close, real close. Yep, there you go. I'm out. I hope we don't go up here. I hope we get down. I just triggered stops on my on some calls.
Fed Staley says core services excluding housing has shown no sense of coming down.
We got some distribution on our hands here, boys. Netflix with a pinstrike. Tesla's just sideways. Apple's rolling over
Fed's
right
Daily
now.
says see more persistence in aspects of
Thankfully, I'm
inflation,
out of
and it's
calls
tough
right
to
now.
get down.
I missed that. That was awesome. That's why you have stop limits. Apple's about to roll over. Tesla hasn't rolled over yet. Tesla needs to let it all hang out. Let me look at Dixie. Dixie caught a
Fed's Daily
bounce on
says the biggest risk out
102.95.
there would be rise in inflation expectations.
Let me look around the net here. XLF a little roly poly. Ooh, SDAO. Look at SDAO. Look at SDAO.
Fed's Daily says there's agreement among Fed policymakers that
Ooh.
inflation is more persistent than thought.
Look at SDAO.
Fed's Daily says getting down to 2% inflation won't be complete in the coming year.
Ooh, SDAO.
Fed's Daily says the biggest risk is that inflation expectations would drift up.
Bears want the ball for a little bit. Bears want the ball back. SDAO. Uh-oh. SDAO. See why you have stop limits? That's why you have stop limits. Price target 391. Get through speed bump at 391.74, but 391 seems reasonable. Let's go to the 5-minute real quick. Nice, got right underneath the 5-minute right here. Get VWAP at 391.87. R1 at 391.74. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. There's a Bulls don't want to be giving up 39.50. That's a long way down from there. 39.50 which is basically, I'll show you where it is. So Bulls do not want to give up R1. Do not want to give up R1. I'm going to turn this into a speed bump then too. The old Bulls give this stuff up right in here. You're going right back down below.
Fed's Daily says labor supply and demand are coming better into balance.
Do not want to be giving this up right here. There's your 15-minute right here. Show you guys 15-minute. No, it's actually coming up now. So 15 minutes coming up here at the 5-minute. We'll see. We'll see if this gets bought. This should get bought in here. I get the 5-minute broken. 15 minutes right here. If this 15-minute breaks, this is a beautiful trade down here. So it's a big trade right there. Big one. It's a juicy trade right there. See that? This is a big trade right there. I'm trying to think what we did this year. Like for our trips this year that we took, they were all mostly. We did a big canoe trip and then we did a big bike trip, but they were all like, there were services and pizza places and all that kind of stuff. We haven't actually taken a off like a backcountry trip.
Fed's
since
Daily says the Fed
early
shouldn't
last
declare
summer.
victory based on 1 month of data.
Now I'm like, start planning a backcountry trip away from the kids. S down. Should have some more weakness here. Should at least come down here and retest R1. 391.74. Should get down there. Should see a nice test in here.
Fed's Daily says declaring victory early, stopping could worsen the economy.
Watch this 1 minute, this blue line for a nice place to tee off down lower. Let's go to the 5 minute, see if we see a trend change. We are starting to see a trend change here. 5 minutes, this can signify a trend change, trend reversal. Targets below on the 15 minute is the yellow box. And then on the 1 hour, another target lower here, a gap to fill down below at 387.91. Starting to confirm a trend change. So on a 5 minute chart, bears to become productive want to see the drop below the 5 minute and then a reversal 1, 2, and start making our way lower. They want to hold that 5 minute.
Fed's Daily says we don't know how long lags in monetary policy are.
Yeah, thanks for liking the stream. Tesla dropping down. Tesla's testing VWAP right now. If you're looking for a place for Tesla,
Fed's Daily says transmission rate has sped up, but real impact still lags.
Tesla's just starting to cross below the 5 minute. It wants to retest, and then it'll confirm if it's going to continue to go down. You want a price target on Tesla below? We just traded below the 5 minute on Tesla. Price target below on Tesla 119.51 is first target. Second target is or wait a minute. So first price target on Tesla is 119.51. Second price target on Tesla below is 116.32. Bears want to maintain control here. Second here. I'm going to mute this
Fed's daily
Bookmap.
says we don't need to see inflation get down to 2% before we hold.
So if you're looking at the SPY here, bears are looking for this blue line to keep coming down. And you're going to want to find a rejection point here and start to make our way lower. Bulls have to hold this. Have to hold this right here. The real money in this trade is right here. This is like the meat of the money. Bears. I might take a put position. If we can get up here and reject one more time off this blue line, I might take a put. There's a juicy trade in here.
Fed's daily says something above 5% is absolutely likely for a peak rate.
Something like 5%. Something like 5%. What is it? 4%? 6%?
Fed's daily says the reasonable for rates to be 5 to 5.25%.
Something like 5%. How about the rate of that 5 or something like 5%? Bears awake after Coke nap.
Fed's daily says 25 and 50 basis points are both on the table for the next Fed meeting. Somewhere around 5%, somewhere in there. Give or take. Yeah. So right here is where bears want to maintain control. They do not want to give this up here. We want to look in the 5-minute again. Coming back in for that retest of the 5 right now. This is going to confirm a reversal, or it's just a waypoint for bulls. So on this 5-minute is what you want to be paying attention to. And you'll see here, or we'll just do it together. This is trend, right? Bears want to stay under. You don't want to see this blue line turning up. You want this blue line coming down. You want to see that blue line coming down. There's a little fight going on right now. Fed's daily says not going to all offer 50 basis points rate hike as not likely. Haven't even seen CPI data yet. Fed's daily says paying attention to core services excluding housing and CPI. Fed's Bostic says inflation is too high and the Fed focused on lowering it.
That's a lie. He means job destruction.
Fed's daily
Turned
says
down for
incoming
what?
wage data gives hope that services inflation is slowing.
All right. So I just entered a risky position. I got some more calls here.
Fed's Bostic says I'm very hesitant to declare victory and bid to call prices.
If we start trading sideways in here, so what I don't want to do is get stuck. What I don't want to do is get stuck in here. So if we start to do this kind of bullshit in here, I don't want to get stuck in there. So I'm looking for this move higher to complete R2. If we don't get this move higher to complete we stall in here at any point, anything like that. We do like middle of the day doldrums. What I'm going to end up doing here is I'll cut my position loose. If we sell above here, if we can't get velocity higher here, what I'm going to end up doing is I'll cut my calls loose and I'll come back for like 3 o'clock or so and see if we can get some resolution. What I don't want to have happen here is this kind of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Then we get like 3 o'clock power hour and make a move. Doesn't look like we're selling here, but it does look like we could be in some consolidation. So I don't want to get torched in here. I don't think it's bearish here. It doesn't look bearish to me. Let me show it to you on Bookmap. So this isn't looking bearish to me. It's looking like consolidation. But it could be something that takes like it's 1253.
Fed's daily says we haven't seen signs of a wage price spiral or drifting.
So my one concern in here is
just to repeat there, Fed's daily says we haven't seen signs of wage price spiral or expectations drifting.
You could see like yeah, we're gonna trade this area for a little while. We're gonna ping pong here, we're gonna ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Not guaranteed, but if we do, don't get caught in that bullshit.
Fed's Bostic says services inflation has passed goods inflation as problem.
Try to hold this into like 392.67. See what happens here. I don't want to get ground down in this position.
Fed's Bostic sees the likelihoods of services inflation will prove persistent.
I have mixed feelings here. I'm like, I'm like, if we start going up again, I'm going to have to sit here and manage this trade for another 2 hours. Or I'm going to be able to go take a lunch and then come back and pick up the trade again at 3 o'clock. It's pretty much how it's going to go. Right there. Yeah, I think it's going sideways too. There's one thing that I can say is this. Someone out there bought 234,000 contracts on 393C about 10 minutes ago. So I followed them. So we'll see what
Fed's Daily
happens.
says job vacancies are to play a large role in slowing the job market.
Some big bank out there's got their finger on the scales right now. Some big dingling out there has got money.
Fed's Daily
Do
says
I?
the estimate unemployment is to rise to 4.5% or 4.6%.
Yeah, on Friday there was I was showing you guys a trade on Friday was like if you do a butterfly 4060
And Fed's Daily says the higher
3730,
unemployment
I
rate will
think.
be a temporary phenomenon.
3720 or something like that. 3720 and 4030. That's what it was. 40 I think it was 4030 and then 3720. Yeah, the vol event should be on Thursday. CPI would be where the
Fed's
volatility
Bostic
comes
says
in.
that he's not seeing that wages are driving the final goods prices.
Did you get it? Did you get Netflix? You dirty dog. 30 20 80. 32100 Netflix. Tesla making its way back to retest the highs again. Come on, SPY. Don't fucking pin me right here. Squeeze, baby, squeeze. Getting pinned in SPY right now. Trying to pin SPY while they're ripping other tickers. I'm gonna get pissed off here.
Fed's Daily says
Start
jobless
printing.
rate won't rise rapidly as firms slow hiring paces.
They're pinning the SPY while they're ripping other stocks. They don't want to print. They don't want to print these calls. Too many people bought them. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
The UK Finance Ministry says the government is to cut business energy subsidies to £5.5 billion, and Fed's Daily says it would be terrific if the unemployment rate could come up less. Fed's Daily sees the PCE inflation in low 3% range later this year.
The Fed's Daily says I see PCE inflation closer to 2% by the end of 2024 and at 2% early 2025. The Fed's daily sees inflation in the low threes by the end of the year. The Fed's daily says faster inflation relief would put enormous pain on the jobs market. The Fed's daily says changing the inflation target is not on the table at all.
All right. I'm back.
The Fed's Bostic says the economy still has a fair amount of momentum and remains robust.
I'm a little
The Fed's daily
stinky right
says
here.
I
I'm in
could
some calls.
investigate the inflation
and,
target in the next framework review.
They're grinding down the price right now. I'm about to get stopped out up here instead of down here. I'm out. I got kicked
The
out.
Fed's daily has concluded her remarks. Fed's Bostic says right now the economy can absorb Fed policy tightening.
So I'm flat at the moment. They're grinding price right now. This is going to turn into sideways. I'll be honest with you. This is probably going to... There's some distribution coming up here, so... Or... I don't know if this is a liquidity grab, but... Like, in my mind, I'm like, do I re-enter again? Now they're down like... So they're now 42 cents. I hate sitting in these grinds. I don't know if I want to re-enter if it's even worth it.
So the UK sets the maximum electricity discount for firms at £19 and 61 pence per megawatt hour, and sets the maximum gas discount for businesses at £6 and 97 pence per megawatt hour.
What are you guys talking about?
The Fed's Bostic says the base case for 2023 is GDP growth of 1% and no recession.
There's like there's like we're in this like really weird place. Like inflation coming down is good. Unemployment going high is good. Until it won't be. Good time for SOXS. I don't know. On an intraday, maybe. Not really. I mean, the truth is, I'm trying to find acceptance in this new trading, or not new, but this previous. I mean, if you want like time shit, if you want to time like a short, it's probably at
Fed's
402.
Bostic says I think inflation can fall to about 3% this year, though it will take time for the Fed's policy change to play out.
What if there is a second wave of inflation this year instead of a sustained decrease in inflation? So it's still a fair question. So if you see the second wave of inflation, you're still only going to see a sideways and up market. You wouldn't see like, I know people will say like a second wave of inflation where I don't know if everyone understands what. I think that some of the people that push that narrative of a second wave of inflation, even if inflation goes like, so inflation's rolled over, right? Is this a second wave of inflation, or are you talking about all the way to the peaks again? We more than likely will see something like this in inflation. So this would be like, weak moments in the cash market. But more than likely, you're going to see. There's two things you'll see. More than likely, high probability, you're going to see a rapid decrease in inflation in this year.
Fed's Bostic says if there is a contraction, it is going to be a shallow and short.
And you're likely going to see along with that, that rapid decrease in inflation, in which we've already seen, is an acceptance of the parts of inflation that you're seeing. We talk about that a lot here. Is if you're older, you'll know that like when you were a kid, ground beef might have been $1 a pound. When you were a teenager, it went to $2 a pound. When you became a college student, you want to make hamburgers, you find out it turns into $3 a pound. It's $4 and $5 a pound a decade or two later. And whenever we go through these inflationary periods, companies are built around this, where they can't find a reason to raise prices. So there are things in your life where a company that has to stay in business cannot raise prices. You'll spend the next decade walking around saying the price of ground beef is $5 a pound. And they know that they can't raise it from 5 to 6 for the next decade. So whenever we come into an inflationary episode or environment, some companies use it as an excuse to then raise prices. Now, what they'll expect is for the next decade, they can't raise again. And yet, so we move up as time passes. So you'll see some things come down and some things not come down in the market. So, so there's two parts to inflation. There's there's the especially commodities and stuff.
The
Like
Fed's
you'll
boss
see gas
says
go up
the
and
broad
down, but you'll still
consensus
see a
is that
bottom
the
in
Fed
gas prices,
policy
like
is in a
$2.
restrictive place and appropriate to be much more cautious in terms of calibrating more movements.
You'll see, or I guess inflation prices coming up and down can fluctuate wildly with some products that a consumer uses and some products not. So there's a time period, and that's why we think that the Fed lies. Not only lies, but they don't impact inflation. The Fed is basically trying to buy time for two things to happen: for inflation to fix itself on its own, and for you to accept new prices. So in the next year, you should see some parts of the inflationary part of our system come down
Intensive UK
just
firms to
due
get a
to
max
time,
discount of £40 per megawatt hour.
right? And we know we have previous Fed presidents that have written books about this stuff. We don't really know that we're impacting inflation with what we do with our tools. You're not going to hear Jerome say that while he's the sitting Fed president. But typically what they're doing is buying time. And while they're buying time, they're trying to do some destruction in the background themselves by higher interest rates. So they're giving time for inflation to come back into check where it can. And then you've got companies that will never raise or
So
lower
just
the
to repeat
price
that
of a
earlier
good that they
headline,
produce
energy
because they
intensive
only get
UK firms are to get a maximum discount of £40 per megawatt hour.
they only get certain times every decade or so where they can raise the price of a good
And
that you're
energy
used to
intensive
paying
UK
for
firms
because they can say, look, it's not
to
my
get
fault.
a maximum £89 and a set.
So they'll be like, if I'm a person that makes or grows apples and I only get $3 a pound for apples for a decade, I build that into my business plan, right? I know I'm going to get $3 for the next decade. Right now, I'm cleaning up on them, and then like 5 years, 6 years later, I'm at break even. So I'm looking for an event like an inflationary event so that I can raise the price of apples to $5 a pound and clean up. You're like these companies are. People will say like these companies are killing us right now. The reality is, for the next 7 years or so, eventually it's like a bell curve, right? Eventually they're going to not be making as much money, and they're going to try to pin that price. And the rate of the federal rate increase path, the quickness that we're doing right now, is not trying to bring inflation down. It's actually trying to impact wages, meaning like, hey, you're going to be living with some of these inflationary prices, and we're not seeing wages go up with it. If anything, we want to see wages go down or settle down. You're looking for companies to decrease hiring, lay people off, increase work responsibilities, all that kind of stuff. They're trying to get unemployment rates to raise higher, quality of work life to get lower. They can't tell you that, so they're going to tell you they want inflation to come down. Does that make sense? So they can't. They'll get voted out of office if they go. I want to get Jim Bob fired on Main Street, and they're doing some of that right now. There's signs there are signs out there that inflation's coming down. The employment is getting worse for employees, not better. It's not coming up high enough, fast enough. I agree with that. So that's why you kind of question: are we going to just trade sideways for 2023? And then once unemployment does get up there, hopefully it does. Maybe by the end of the year, you'll see like a contrived or a manufactured bullshit crash. We could crash like 1,000 points, but the key is that the price of that low is probably not going to be 2,400, 2,600, or 1,400. This is where the Fed and the banks are basically still fucking using MMT. They're manufacturing a market. Let's say you had 1,000-point crash from 4,000. We only go to 3. We were already at 3,450. So if you bought the 3,450 bottom and a 3,000 bottom, you're doing pretty good, right? You DCA that, and you're, so when you see banks in the beginning of 2023 buying the bottom or buying in 2023, what's their real risk right now? And I'm sure in the background they're saying, well, we bought June and we bought October. We're adding a little bit here in the first of the year. We already know they did, right? We know that we stopped going down in May. And so they've probably bought June, or June or July, wherever that was. They bought October, and they bought the first of the year. So let's just look at that for, let's say we have 1,000-point bloodbath from 44,000 down to 3,000. They buy that. They're doing pretty good. The only way they really lose here is if they made a mistake. The Fed made a mistake. If the banks made a mistake. Otherwise, they're at the bottom. Meanwhile, you've sold everything. As a retailer, they're showing you, they're saying, look, you sold all of Tesla. You sold all of this. You sold all of that. Matter of fact, we bought your SPY the last couple of weeks. We've been buying SPY off you. And so there's this like, if you look at the 70% likelihood of what happens in this market, the banks are probably have bought bottom already. Like the likelihood of what happens in this market, the likelihood they've bought the bottom and you haven't. And not only that, they own the market where you don't. And if they do have that moment where we have a true market crash that is much lower, 2,500, 1,400, some crazy 1,600, they own everything, so they're going to sell into you anyways. So they really do not. They have the upper hand all along the way. They have the upper hand right now. They have the upper hand where we are. Prime banks, institutions have the upper hand. So I don't think it matters what happens from here on out. I think we could trade to 3,000 and they would still be in relatively good shape. And they can sell you puts, calls. This is something that they can work with this market where it's at right now. They're in a very good place. Yeah, the eggs are blowing my mind. The eggs are blowing my mind. I had conversations with people in the grocery store over it. Like people are meeting in the egg aisle going, "You see this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I see that." Yeah. Yeah, I see that too, John. I think I'm comfortable with where I'm at with Tesla right now. If I can add it, I didn't buy it 100, but if I can add it 95 and 60, I will. I'm starting and I spent a little bit of time last week just starting to think about buying the market. Considering adding some stuff in March. If I can add some stuff in March, at some point I will. So I'm kind of buying the market for the rest of 2023 at least. And if we have that one capitulation moment one time this year, I think everybody will be happy. I think Bears, Bulls will be happy. I'd like to buy it with. I don't think right now that I don't think we're at bottom, but I don't think bottom is as far away as we think. I don't think bottom is like. I think bottom is like right around that 3 at most. Yep, January 25th. What do you guys think about Ross Gerber? I don't know everything about this. I know Ross Gerber said he might throw his hat in the ring for board of directors. Did Elon say something like he was going to try to be on the board of directors or something? I haven't read the stories or anything, but all I heard was that Ross was talking about throwing his hat in the ring for board of directors. You're learning the hard part is putting your cash back in the market. Yeah. Yeah, they were rioting because I saw the Tesla cut prices. You can buy a Tesla cheaper in China than you can here. Why were they rioting? Was it just another contrived riot? Was it something with paid? I remember the last time they rioted, they found out it was just paid actors, right? Oh, you going to do a recession poll? Hold on, John. I'll do a poll right now with you, brother. Let's do a recession poll. So if we do a recession poll, are we doing this legit? Like, if we officially are declared as having a recession, GDP isn't showing one right now, is it? I don't think it is. But you guys want to do like an official? Do we officially declare a recession? I'll do a poll. Will we have a recession? Question mark. I'll do Q1, Q2, Q3. Should I do Q2 or Q3? How about this? I'll do Q1, Q3, Q4, and then Q1 of 2024. And no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do Q1, Q3 or 4. Q1 of 2024. You're not going to get it in summer. I don't think you'll get it in summertime. Maybe you will. Q1, 2. Q2, 3. Q4. Only because I can only have 3 answers or none. Now this has to be official recession. Okay? Has to be officially declared a recession. I'm going to ask the community. Q1, Q2, Q2 through Q3, Q4, Q1, or no recession. It has to be an official recession. Yeah, I think Jim Carson is absolutely wrong that we'll be down into June. I think he's smoking crack. You pretty much have one chance. You have two chance. You have 3 chances this year. So your first chance is January for a bloodbath. Your second chance for a bloodbath is into mid-March. Your third chance is September, October, and your last chance is January of 2024. We might see it in June, but it's rare. The probability of it being in summertime, like if you buy in April, you're saying we retest lows in June from April lows? I'll give you that, but typically every year you buy April. Have I ever seen another car maker ever discount that much? They have a lot of competition in China. Yeah, I made no recession an option. Yeah, it never has. That's what my so Winky's making a point. He's saying another better way of predicting a recession is a recession has never begun while the Fed is raising rates. 100%. That's why you say the Fed's lying that they're going to cut rates at some point this year. Well, it's another part of the reason why you think the Fed's going to cut rates. Oh, then June, I see. Mm-hmm. The only thing that I'm looking at is the only thing that I care about right now is unemployment. It's the only thing that I care about. What I'm really looking for is I'm looking for inflation to continue down, unemployment to continue up, Fed cuts rates. The moment you hear the Fed at any point this year, from now into January of 2024, if you hear the Fed say, I don't know, I'm dovish, we're pausing, we're not on the same path anymore. If they whisper that, fart that, if they sound dovish to you, you'll likely see a quick rip higher, and you start selling. You hammer that S-Dow, you hammer that that inverse SPX triple leveraged whatever you're gonna get into. I warn you. If you hear the Fed get dovish at any, if you see it, that's the signal that we're getting a bottom. We're gonna go down. Oh, I haven't seen Caitlin in a while. Hey, Caitlin. I haven't seen you in a bit. All right, so we got 68 votes. Can I vote on this? What do I think? Do I think before I look at the results, do I think we get an official recession? Q1. I think that the Fed has some kind of a dovish I think they're backed into a corner. So Q1, end of Q1 for me. That's my answer. Let's see what you guys have to say. Okay, so 47% of you say Q2, Q3. You guys believe the Fed. I'll take that as you guys are believing the Fed. 22% for Q4, Q1 of 2024. That's me. Your majority of you are on end of year. The middle of the year is interesting. I mean, you got majority of you in the middle of the year to fall. That would be that normal bloodbath we get in the fall, right? Q1, Q2 only 16%, and no recession 13%. The only other thing I would say in this poll is, for us to hit the no recession, like the official recession, that'll be an interesting thing because we all know that we are already in a recession, right? We already know, even if we haven't hit their metrics, that we are. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Winky, is when do they stop hiking rates? I think it's coming sooner than that. In my view, I'm like, the way JPM has got this shit rolled out right now, I'm like, I bet that they fucking blast us up to like 406, and then you get the Fed come out and say something stupid, like they're gonna pause rates or they're anything dovish, and then you have that like that 1,000-point blast down. Everyone, the Kabuki theater comes out. Everyone will say it's the end of the world. Oh, look, stock market crashed 1,000 points or whatever, 800 points. Meanwhile, stock market's been basically sideways for 12 months. Yeah, I know they said that. I don't believe them. Yeah, I don't believe them. I'm not a believer in the Fed. We disagree on that. Yeah, I think there's a pause. I think there's a pause in rates coming sooner than you think. What do they have? 2 25-point rate hikes ahead? Is that what they have right now? No, there's like, I thought the next rate hike was an anticipated 0.25. Could be wrong. There ain't shit going on in the market right now. Yeah, dot plot is worthless. Yeah, I was on the phone last night with a longtime friend or someone I follow on Twitter, and we were talking about. I don't know how people are surviving. If you're like a one-person household, you have to be making like 90,000 a year. If you're making like 30 to 50, there's no way you're doing well. I'm going to look at EPD. It looks great. I like EPD. You want some sell targets on it? Is that what you're asking? What do you want to know about EPD? It looks cyclical. You want to look at EPD? We can look at it if you want. A little bit of weakness here in the SPY. Show you guys two things real quick. Just a quick look at Bookmap. See weakness right here. I don't know if you can. You can't see my cursor. See that red line down below? That's where we started the morning. So I'll come right back and do EPD for you in a second here. So that's where this red box is down below. Right down here. Nice little break above of the I believe that's 15-minute. See here. Yep. Nice break of the 15-minute. Nice clean break of 15-minute. That's where this box was right here. Price target down below 389.48. We'll go back to the 1-minute chart here for you. So what you're going to be looking for here is now this is the biggest part of the trade right here, or this is the largest part of the trade. You want to look for some kind of a rejection above, and this is the money part of the trade right here. You want to see this blue line come down and just start teeing off on it. You want to see this rejection right here, and this is where the money trade comes in. If this holds, a great money trade here. Keep your eyes on this right here. Set yourself up with a 1-minute chart with a 27 EMA and a 186 MA and a VWAP. And this will be where this is the 5-minute. This is the rejection point right here. This is the right yellow box is the 5-minute chart. You actually take that trade right now for this leg lower. You do 2 buy-ins. You buy here and you buy right here for this leg lower. This would be a big move. We're going to look at EPD. Just quickly. Now, can I do EPD? Let me see. EPD. This is what I want to show you on EPD. Okay. So this is a weekly chart on EPD. What does a weekly chart tell me about EPD? You can see that the 2 pushes up or down below here, right? It's going back to 2013 over here. So it looks very cyclical to me. Great ticker, by the way. I like it. But it is getting slightly toppy here, right? This is a beautiful ticker right here, right? So you're talking nice move up, nice move down, nice move up, nice move down, nice move up. And I'm assuming that the argument's going to be that you're going into a new trading range on EPD. So the one thing I would say to you is if you wanted to continue to treat it like a cyclical, if you start to break and hold down below here, This will make a nice long short for a year or so. So be aware of that. Just as a cyclical trade. You saw this last push higher here. It was sold off. This looks like distribution. If you're looking for a new trading range for EPD, feel like, hey, we're going to be in a new trading range for EPD. You can always buy dips down here. I'd be buying 23.79. And let's look at, you've got 13 and 23. You've got 4 and 13. So 3 times, 2 times. So let's look at this here. We'll put on 23 with 33 bucks. Somewhere in here. If you want to keep longing it, you could be buying these dips below here, right? And you're going to look for natural places of, you got 25. $23, $33. Hold on. Yeah, I'd make it 20. See it right here, 20. We're gonna make it 30. Let's make it natural numbers, 30 bucks. Pushed up, down, pushed up, rejected, pushed up, held. Found a lot of support in here. This is good. This is all very structurally, it looks great. But I'm not going to expect you to trade much higher than 30 bucks. If you think you're getting 2 out of this to 40, possible. You'd spend a lot of time trying to get 40. You kind of have to establish this as a new trading range. So there's like 2 things I'd tell you. If they get under, you're gonna go back down, right? Best price to buy is $13. It's establishing a new trading range. You've got all these buyers back here for some time, and they want higher prices. So yeah, you can push up here. You can push to 30. You have a lot of support back here. It's going back to 2012. This is 2014. 2020. You got your new ultra. Oh, all right, bring it up out there. I'll talk to you in a minute. I got my daughter what's that, Apple Watch or something? Some ultra shit or whatever. She's been a very good girl. And she's a teenager, and these teenagers, man. These teenagers. And a lot of work to get somewhere. Where do they want to go? I'm not going to measure this right now. I don't think I can here, but I think that's roughly where it's at. Trading zone right here. That's where you want to be right there. Somewhere in there. It's a neat little ticker. I like it. My 781. Cool little ticker. I don't know much about this ticker. You'd have to tell me something about it that I don't know. Does it run on news events? It might. I don't know enough about the ticker. I'll look at it on the side. Give me a minute at nighttime. I'll look at it. Trading down below now. There was the trade on SPY. See the rejection here on the 5-minute. Here's the meat of the trade. All the way down to 38.948. It's a beautiful trade. So you guys can see the meat of the trade was right here. Rejection right here on the yellow box. Trading all the way down. Tag 38.988. Probably a little bit more to go here. You'll end up seeing another rejection point. We'll look to for that rejection point right now. See if we can get more down here. Got a little bit more to go. It's actually lower. Like right here. It's a beautiful trade right there. Wasn't even paying attention. It's a gorgeous trade right there. Gorgeous trade. Watch this this 1 minute coming down. They teed off on it up here. See if there's another place over here. Yeah, it was a nice little rejection right here, right? As soon as he broke underneath, right? We came right up to that. This is where the 5-minute was, and it was on. Boom. It's a fucking sweet trade right there. Oh, let me put up a bookmap for you so you can see. There's a little bit more room to go down. We're not done. I don't think we're done going down yet. You can see the smart money on Bookmap is down here. This is that same place, that moving average velocity from this morning. Ooh, got a nice cup of coffee. Yeah, EPD. I would have to. I'm going to assume that EPD is trading on. You took some of that trade, Otis? Yeah, that's a pretty fair trade, right? I think earlier in the broadcast you can pause it if you want to go back and look at it. I said you're going to come up here, start a put position. If it trades higher, you'll take it again on this blue line. You add to it in the blue line. So once you broke the 1 minute, we came down, slipped underneath the 5 minute, and I said take a put position right here, and if you need to add to it just above, and we should sell down, and we did, and we should see another similar action here. You should, not always, but you should see. This is our trend down. We have the 1 minute as a tee off point, right? So we'll look for this tee off point, take another leg down right here. May not get it. If you see us trade higher than this, you'd have a stop just above it. You're taking puts, you right here. Show you guys. If you're looking to re-enter the trade, or if you're already short from above, you would add to your position or re-enter for the next leg, and you'd keep a stop right here, right? So if we squeeze higher, you're going to look for another leg right here. If you're already short, this is where your stop is. If you take a short and it starts to go higher, start to regain the 1 minute. We'll look on the 5 real quick. Yeah, 5 still sitting up there. The Bears don't want to see the Bulls regain this 1 minute, right? Bears been charged this 1 minute the whole day, so you just want to see if they can hold. Bears want to maintain that stop, this blue line right here. And there's some room below. You can see below, right? Just on Bookmap, you can see there's still a little bit of room down here. There's still a little more trade over here. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. The $1.1 billion. So we're looking at different time intervals with that blue line. It's a 27 EMA. We know that trend is on the 5 minute EMA. We know that the 1, the 5, the 15, the 1 hour, and the daily, depending upon the velocity of are we above the 1 minute on the 27 EMA, the 5 minute on the 23 EMA, or 27 EMA. They all add up into, how much velocity we have. And I haven't opened up a Nimoy today. I will, though. I should have had it open this morning, but I wasn't paying too much attention to it. So I'll log in right now and see what the velocity is like. If we're losing velocity on the bear side or not. Now that can tell you where Take a look at it right now. Yeah, SPY's still bullish. Overall, it's still bullish. There's a dip to buy down here. Still not bearish. Nothing's really changed. Move is still up. Bulls are still intact here. Bulls have all this down here. There are dips that can be bought down here for sure. See this green line right here? As long as the bulls hold this right here, they're good. If the bulls can't hold this here, so I'm going to be looking for a dip buy for bulls right in here in this red. If the bulls give up, though, this 389, next price target down below will be 386. If 386 is broken, you guys can't see this. Hold on. I'm going to show this to you. So right now, the overall picture is we are bullish here. Okay, we're bullish up here still, and we're still bullish in here. So the bulls have control at basically right here. If we break right here, the bears will have this trade here, but we're still overall bullish. Bulls are in control here. We're supportive, right? You want to get bearish though. It's below this line today at least. Right here is where you get bearish. This is where this is on a larger time frame. The meat of the trade down is the 100-point move down to 372. So this is good work on the bears, but still supportive in context. Does that make sense? You can even see it over here in the pivot. So this is all fine. This is productive for bears, but it's still bullish, still supportive. And you're actually not. You can actually see it right now. It's not a squeeze like a rip higher. It's because they're in positive gamma on an intraday. Dips are just being bought. You're not seeing like crazy moves. So this is the one right here that I'm interested in buying down here. And even with that, you could buy 389 and you could buy 386. This is actually, so this morning when we opened, I was like, man, if we can get down here at any point this week, 386, this really is a bull. It's a really good place to buy. 386. It's a really nice place to buy. This is stronger. This would give a stronger move higher too. This will get you to 406. You buy this 386. We'll see how this works out. It's a nice trade right here. It's a kick-ass trade right here. Gangster trade. We'll see if the Bears can stay in charge here, if they're still in control. We'll know here shortly if they are or if they're not. There are some stops being triggered. There you get in your squeeze. Gonna check out the 5-minute here. This is for trend. So you can see the trend is right here, this blue bar. Still in a downward trend. Bears getting squeezed out right now. There's also R1 over here. Bulls trying to create support. Bears trying to turn this back into resistance. Yeah, I consider all the charts, but the main chart here, S&P 500 is oh, you guys, I'm bullish here, just so you know. You guys want to know. I thought I stated that clear as day. I think Otis did. Yeah, I think Otis did. Dylan is saying that he did. Dylan's like me. Give me cheap calls. You can see the green line right here. See the blue line right here. Bulls want to be doing something like this. Bears want to be doing something like this. No. Bears do not want Bulls keeping R1 in any way, shape, or form. Thanks, Nolan. Yeah, I'd like to pick this trade up. If we can get above R1 right here, I'd like to pick this trade up right there. Right in there. If we can get right in here, trade I'm looking for right there. If we reject right here, I'll try to pick that trade up for right there. If we break below, say we reject off this and we get underneath this right here, that's the next bear trade right there. Diddling in the middle and not messing with it. Oh, did you guys yeah, I watched the first episode of the Bernie Madoff documentary. I was on Twitter the other night and I was like, I think what did I say? I said I'm surprised that Bernie Madoff agreed to do the documentary. And people were like, "He's dead, Cap. He's dead." He's dead, Cap. I was like, yeah, I know he's dead. I actually liked it. The first episode, I dug it. I haven't watched any of it, the rest of it yet. I was gonna consume it all at once. Then I was like, no, you know what? I'll just take it piecemeal. I did really enjoy the Sorkin part where he talks about how this time they spent on uh paper trading back in the day. You know, making phone calls and how market makers, you know, would accumulate when no one wanted stock, right? So when you see like I mean, I think Bed Bath Beyond is probably a pretty bad one example, but if you, maybe, what did I see that was in the dumper? There was some other stock that I saw recently that was in the real dumpers. And, you know, matter of fact, Palantir would be or Palantir, Palantir would be a decent example where you just sit there and accumulate. You know, Palantir like $1, $3, not $1, like $3, and you make a market for Palantir, right? It's like the old school way of doing things is pretty cool. And how they talk about people managing accounts like friends and family, and how you can't really get in trouble, but you can get in trouble. And then there's the inner circle of Wall Street. That stuff was kind of cool. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more expansion on that stuff in the first episode. It would make a real, instead of like a docudrama, it'd be really cool to see a documentary that delved into some of the stuff talked about in the docudrama. Matter of fact, Volwiz last night posted a pit trader documentary from PBS, like the stock operator, market makers back in the day. All that stuff is really cool to know about historically. I was talking to Volwiz last night. I got done with my meeting, and I was talking to Volwiz about um, pit traders, and sometimes I get all goofy on Twitter about them because these guys won't be here anymore. They're gonna be dead in the next couple decades. The majority of them will be dead in the next couple decades, and they're already dying off, and they're gone forever. You know, and um, these are people that should, you know, if you're a trader or an investor, and you know you're seeing the change. This is the 1 minute. We want to break above this 1 minute. You see this right here? So this is the 1 minute, right? And you know, this is what bears want to see is they want to see the throw it down, and they want one more. It's a good classic bear setup. Let's go down a little bit more, right? They rejected it here, and they want to reject once more. I'm not long anything at the moment. We'll see if the Bears, we'll put it back in the 1 minute. I want to see if the Bears can reject this right here or not. But so just like in that docuseries where they're discussing how you make a market, how you accumulate. These are individuals doing this, right? And then they'd make a market. You know, they would come out and create a market for a beaten down stock, and that shit's kind of fascinating. It's cool. They didn't talk in the first episode. They didn't talk about stock or pit traders. But my point to you is that there are pit traders on FinTwit that you can interact with, ask questions, look at what they post, and that shit'll be gone soon enough, right? You guys will be out there without you guys that are like 30 years old, 40 years old, 20 years old. You're not going to have that insight in the market one day, and it'll be lost to time. And you should go check out Volwiz. He put a really cool ass, puts it up every year. and he puts up a documentary about pit traders, and you know those guys will be lost to time. Men, women, there's both men and women, but those guys will be gone one day from the market. You guys are gonna see like a sea of change when if you're 20 and you're watching this broadcast right now, or 25. You know, the next 25 years from now, you're not gonna have these guys around to ask questions. There's another class of people too that are coming up and aging out. So retail traders from the 2000s, like 2000 to 2007, that class of trader used to be on Yahoo message boards back in the day. And you can go into the Wayback Machine. There's like, you can go to the Wayback Machine, and there's a couple other small places you can look. Message boards still, you can ask people, you can ask around, but some of the old chat groups records have been saved from Yahoo message boards in the early 2000s, and they're fucking fascinating. You'll see guys go in there with, like, instead of, you know, like today you see these cute buttons that we have in retail, like we'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna punch in and look for this I don't know how much gamma is in the market. I'm gonna use Black Scholes, and I'm gonna download all the data from the CBOE, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that, and you know, it's a quick thing, and or I just go to this website and it automatically tells me where the gamma levels are. That's an easy one, right? But it's something like that. Anyways, in like the early 2000s, 2007, these people were on like message boards. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna upload an XL, or well, I call it XLR, but or XL, whatever it is. But basically, I'm gonna upload an Excel spreadsheet to you guys, and we'll review it and see what we can extrapolate from it." And so they'd be like writing equations in a chat board that we all take for granted today. And they'd be writing these equations to try to find out where the market's going. High math concepts that they all know. And so right now you've got pit traders aging out, and then you're going to have another class of traders from the early 2000s, mid to late 2000s, that went through the GFC, the tech bust. And those people will be gone. So if you're like 20, 25, 30, and you're listening to this broadcast, you want to seek those people out too, because one day you're going to be the person that's left with your peers, and you're not going to have that information as readily available with someone to explain to you what it was like, or what they went through, or what their experiences were like. It's not like you're going to be able to come on to FinTwit one day, a decade or two from now, and ask these guys questions, specifically these pit traders. And then in the next decade after that, when you're like 45, 50 years old, you're going to be missing all those guys that were here, or that were in the Yahoo message boards back in the day. Those are the guys that developed all these sites that you see now, believe it or not. All those people that were doing that shit in message boards, when you go to like these websites that are out there now, those guys were young traders back then. And they were like, only if we had a better way to create an API key that I can make to plug in a simple number, and behind that there's some math being done. So, anyways, if you're a young market participant, and you want to ask questions on the internet, probably the two biggest ones you could ask on FinTwit right now is, like, just make a post and be like, see if we get a rejection here. The bears are getting salty right now. If you wanted to really ask questions on, like, for information that might not be there one day, other than topically in a historical kind of sense, it'd be like, does anybody know any pit traders that are on FinTwit? How do I find them? Then I'd go follow them and just listen to them. And then I'd ask a question like, has anybody ever traded? Did anybody trade the Great Financial Crisis? Did anybody trade the .com bubble? Can I just follow you in case you post something about it in the future? Or you ask a question in a DM and say, what was your experience back then? Because that kind of information is invaluable. You know, you're not going to find it in a book from a famous person. You're going to find it from some guy, some gal that was trading it or living it. And I think that Vol was saying something last night about trading the 1986 crash or 87 crash all the way up to the top. And, you know, and that was captured on film from PBS from a trader. And you know, when you're able to go back and find out what these guys were doing back then, it shit's invaluable. It should be an inspiration to you if you want to be in this market. Keep you motivated in this market. Keep you motivated to continue with this path that you're on. Anyways, that's my little rant on that shit today. Oh yeah, it's Ben Zinga. Ben Zinga. Pretty sure anyone in this chat can go to Yahoo Finance right now and put ads all over it for pink sheet socks. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Joey? Yeah. Pick your favorite 40-cent stock, throw up some banner ads. Yahoo Finance is still a boiler room. Yeah, the Yahoo message boards. I mean, you think about it, right? The Yahoo message boards one day were overrun by bots and stuff. I remember when that shit happened. It used to be like very robust with very smart people. And then one day, I want to say it was 07 was when it got bad. And everybody got cleaned out. And then you had like the rise of stock twits and Wall Street bets and R stocks and Reddit and Twitter. Now you've got the rise of Twitch and TikTok and YouTube and this whole new different social media experience. Like, so you're seeing like the or progression of retail traders and their outlets. But those two classes they're dying off. So you want to be there and ask these guys like, hey, what can you tell me about? You know, so from my own experience, and I'm an old guy and I'm all alone. And you guys are gone. You know what's cool about that? You know who's like, you know, I got a couple guys for you. So, uh, I think Winky and I and a few other people we follow Larry Williams. He's a great guy. This guy's like fucking. He's like I'm 70 years old. I've got nothing else going on in my life. I might as well just do this. And so he's just imparting bits of knowledge out there for free that you can't pay for. Another guy that does that shit is Bob Kendall. He's got a service and he's got his thing that he does, but if you get to listen into his broadcasts on YouTube, the guy has, sometimes he does Twitter Spaces and stuff. You just sit there and listen to him and his buddies talk. It's fucking awesome. These guys have been in the market for, 4, 5, 6, 7 decades, and you're just listening to them. And I trust those guys way more than I trust anything in the news. Those guys have seen everything. These guys have seen every bullshit scam run by the Fed, bullshit scams run by the banks, bullshit scams run by news, all of it. Yeah, I got Tesla. I got Tesla calls. I got 150s for the 20th, not 140s. Does he really? I don't watch Kramer. So he does reference Larry? I didn't know that. Yeah, I do remember when Kramer was with traders on the traders side. I remember that time. Well, I know we make fun of TikTokers. I know you guys want to make fun of TikTokers. I do too. I make fun of TikTokers. But remember when you were a kid and remember when you were a child and your dad would say, you'd tell your dad, I need a Nintendo, and your dad's like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's a fad. Get outside and play. Here's a stick. Go out in the backyard and shovel me a hole. What did that turn into? Now you're 50 years old playing fucking Call of Duty with a 10-year-old in your basement. So, like if you're an old man and you're like, fuck those TikTokers, I don't mind getting a good laugh on that. But remember, like, there was a time when we were kids too. To put yourself in their shoes and how they're going to be trading once we're dust and they're old, they're 50. Playing Minecraft with a stick. You must know my youngest daughter then. Too many holes in the ground. Remember those days? Some of you remember those days. when dads taught you to be a man. I guess those days are changing, but when I think we were the last generation of those kids. Generally, not always, but generally speaking, I think we were the last generation of those kids. We were the last generation where they'd tell you to just go walk to school, go walk 2 miles to school. You'd probably get the people call or the whoever those people are that child services will get called on you if you made your kid walk to school these days. When I was a kid, they called them latchkey kids. And you'd be like, "Oh, you latchkey kid?" That's when your mom and dad worked. And you came home and you walked home or took a bus home and you got home alone and you were home alone until your mom and dad came home at like 6, 7 at night. You do that shit today. Today, like when I had my young daughters and shit, people are like, "Oh no, you're paying, buddy. You need to have someone with those kids all the time." Thankfully, I've got a almost 16-year-old now, but when I was a kid, man, it was like parents didn't think anything of going out on a Friday night and leaving the kids at home. And like, if you have like a 12-year-old, you're like, okay, you're old enough to babysit now. Your mom and I are going out to the bar. We're gonna go dancing. We're gonna go do cocaine in the bar with the other adults and dance all night long and have a swingers party. Whatever it is that they were doing back then. The good old days. Oh, you were a latchkey kid? Right on, right on. Yeah, if you had one old enough to call 911, that was a babysitter. Oh yeah, dude. So come back drunk as hell. I remember my Yeah, we're looking for a rejection here. This is a classic bear setup right here, right? Get underneath, rejection, 2, and then the move down. I remember I got old enough to start babysitting, and I'm babysitting my brother and sister, and Of course, once everyone finds out you're old enough to babysit, they're like, "Oh, can we borrow Jim to come over and babysit our kids so we can all go out, get the kids together?" And then, of course, they're stealing me from my own parents, and so I'm babysit. I was a babysitter for a little while until I started refusing. But when I did babysit, it was awesome because the parents would always come home and they'd be shit faced driving, come home shit faced. Their kids would be asleep and they'd like hand me some big money, and I'd be like, "This is awesome." And then they'd drive me home, and my parents didn't care. They didn't care. I mean, there was a whole nother time in this country. Like when I was really young, they'd take you in a station wagon, and they'd load up like 8 kids, you, your cousins, your neighbors' kids, and they'd be taking you to like the drive-in movie theater. There'd be like 9 kids in the back, 0 seat belts, window cracked down, and everybody smoking a cigarette. The adults smoking cigarettes with the kids in the car. I was just old enough that I can still recall when I was real young, they still had ashtrays in grocery stores. So you'd be walking up the grocery store with your mom or something, or sitting in the carriage, and they had literal metal ashtrays with little clip things on them that would snuff out the embers. But you'd be a kid in a store with adults walking around smoking a cigarette. The good old days, right? Gotta go back to the good old days. Yeah, no car seats, no booster seats. Everyone older than me and my bro and my family died at like 50 from smoking. Yeah, it looks like they're trying right now. This is a good place to, not a bad place to grab some calls. It's risky. If you're gonna grab calls here, you have to have tight stops. The safer trade is waiting for it to break higher. So the safer trade here, if you're gonna take it, you'd have stops tight here, right here. But the safer trade here is you wait for a quick. You have your finger on the buy button on calls, and you execute the trade right here for this move higher. That's the safer trade. Because right now, I'll tell you what they're trying to do. The bears are like, "Oh, we're gonna trap these bulls in here, and we're gonna drop it on them." Does that make sense? So you got to do the safer trade is set up the calls, and you trigger, you chase them right here. And if you're gonna take that trade, you gotta have super tight stops in here because they could trap you. 391s are cheap. I got some calls set up with you. We'll see what happens here. If we can get a break higher, I'll take that trade with you. If it fails in here, we'll pick it back up down below. There's another place for calls in here. I haven't bought anything yet, but I am looking to. So if this holds right here, if we can break above right here, I'm down to take a trade with you. What else are you guys saying? Not to mention the driving, yelling. Dude, yeah, like yell. Remember that? The yelling, or I'll beat you. Like your parents did it, whether they did or didn't beat you when you were a kid. You'd be in the back of the car causing all kinds of trouble. Your like mom or dad would be, or my mom and dad would be like, my mother would be, like screaming at us or telling us to be quiet or whatever, calm down, and she'd like trying to swing at you, or she'd yell at my father, "You hit him." It was in my generation. So I think my dad's generation was abuse. Like abuse was accepted, and then my generation it was like light abuse was accepted. They'd be like, "Did you beat up the child?" No. Smack him around? Yeah, he deserved it. Okay, you get a pass. Go ahead. You even think about raising a hand to a child today, you're going to prison. Yeah. Like just discipline. When I was the part of the generation where, like, they had a friend or two that lived through physical abuse, what was known. But most kids, if you saw a kid get a spanking or a kid got a smack or something for being disrespectful, whatever, that was generally accepted under the right circumstances. You got bad grades or something, punishment was huge. Like, I had friends, like, you'd be like all your friends, you'd go through cycles. Who's on punishment right now? How much did you catch? A week? 4 weeks? 6 weeks? The whole summer, huh? Now, like we're raising kids, and it's like, oh, you can't punish them. You have to identify what the issue is, and then listen to their what's going on with them, and then you have to find a way to find a solution to, uh, helping your child to learn how to do something or do something different, all that kind of stuff. Like, there's this whole process now. There's a whole process. If that's not working for me, I have to call my wife in. There's this whole thing about raising kids now. Yeah. Yeah. Parent found grounding was punishing themselves. Do you remember that? It was called punishment. You're on punishment. I'm like, what's punishment? One time my dad was like, this is true stories. So, like, one time my dad was like, you're on punishment right now. No TV, no Commodore 64, no this, no that. And comes like, can I read? And he's like, yeah, you can read. Go to your room and read. Stay in your room, right? So I was in my room, and I took my TV, a little TV set, and a little video game center. I think it was an Intellivision or something. That's dating me, right? So I'm in the closet with it, playing video games, and my dad comes in the room, and I'm like, 9, 10, 11 years old, something like that. My dad comes to the room and he sees me in the closet playing video games, and he's like, that's it, I've had it. This is a true story. he's like, I told you you're in punishment, right? And I'm like, yep. So he goes into the closet, grabs the TV, drags it out, and my bedroom's on the second floor of like a ranch. And the ranch is connected to a 2-car garage. And my side window overlooks the roof of the garage. He slides the window open, took my TV, and threw it out the window, and it rolled down the front of the roof and up to the front of the garage of the driveway. And he's like, there. There. And of course, I had a meltdown, and my mom is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? My dad's like, do you hear me now? And of course, that continued into my teenage years. He actually did a really good job. We got a price target down below 39840, 39848, somewhere in there. There goes that classic bear trade. And I hated him for a long time for that, but not for that specific thing. But as I got older, I went back and apologized because as I aged into being a young man, he treated me differently at different stages. I remember my mom once picked up a broom to hit me, and I pulled it out of her hand, and I said to my mom, I'm too old now. You can't do that anymore, Mom. And he came home. My mom told him. My dad picked me up by my neck with one hand and said, if your mom wants to hit you, you let her. If she threatens you, you let her. I don't care what your mom does. That's my wife. And you don't ever raise your hand or do anything to a woman ever in your life. And that was it. I learned the rules as a young teenage boy. And then he changed as I became an older man, of course, as I became like 16, 17, 18. And but a father's job to a son sometimes, and especially a rambunctious son, trying to keep them out of trouble, doing the right thing always. And I was like Boy Scout, Cub Scout, all that stuff. But you don't know what you're doing when you're feeling out what you can and can't do in life. And that's what dad does for you. Shows you the way to be a man, responsible adult man. Yeah, he did that. He did that. And of course, as I get older, you realize that he's doing it so that you don't make big mistakes in life, right? You don't make the wrong friends. You don't do the wrong things to people. Yes, sir. Discipline is the key. No, I think we're going down here. I think we're going right. Could be wrong on that, but I think we're going. I think our target's right here. I could be wrong on that. Looks like that's where our target is. I don't know exactly where this red box is, but it's, I think that it matches up. Bears are in control right now. That's a father's job, or or a father figure's job. An uncle, family friend. Young man needs a. Oh, there you go, baby. Young man needs to know what he can and can't do, what you're not allowed to do, what's not acceptable. This is the MA velocity down here. Trigger from this morning. What do you put what up his pant legs? The same kid also on 8 aluminum baseball pads from Kmart in one run. I got caught. So I got caught. I was like 8 years old. Well, here you go. This is your double bottom right here. You see that reversal? 3,980. Look at them. They're coming right in. We're getting squeezy. I remember I went to I used to, on like Saturdays and stuff, my cousin, my neighborhood friends from school, we'd go all over town. We'd ride our bikes everywhere, just like Stand By Me. We'd ride our bikes everywhere on a Saturday, warm Saturday morning. This is when I was living in Boston, growing up in the city. And I remember my buddy and I went to a Woolworths or something, and he stole like a GI Joe or something like that. And I had taken a GI Joe out of the packaging to steal, and he got caught. He got caught by the store security. They grabbed him. I was like 8, I think, or 9. They grabbed him, and I put the GI Joe back on the shelf. And I was like, "Oh, he's in trouble." I was like, "I'm out of here." Well, the store security guy came back and grabbed me before I left. They didn't catch me with anything. But he grabbed both of us to call our parents. So, of course, they called our parents. And my dad took me to the police station. My uncle was a police officer in Boston. And pretended I got arrested. And, like, I can't believe you did this. I was horrified, of course. I was, completely embarrassed and was devastated. And of course, I thought everybody looked at me like I was, couldn't be trusted, all that kind of stuff. That marked me for life. I can't believe I'm telling all these stories. Winky was mentioning Catholic school. I went to Catholic private school, and I was the last generation of hitting kids in private school. I watched a boy get his father spanked him in the middle of the class once for bad grades. Saw that. Actually witnessed that happen. I'm going to have to delete this video, too, telling you guys too much personal information. Time to short. What are you guys talking about? This is the time to close shorts. You guys are crazy. Is it time to short? You were Catholic homeschooled? Yeah, I was. Time is short. This is taking forever. Come on, just hit it. Just touch it. We all know you want to touch it. Why is it taking so long? Just touch it. Yeah, my PIN number. What else? I got some funny stuff. So I went to Catholic. Gee, you guys have some craziness. So I went to Catholic school, and in Boston, and the Catholic school I went to. You ever see a movie called Spotlight? There's a movie out there called Spotlight, and I went to the school where that story broke. And there were priests that were doing bad things to altar boys and shit there. Sometimes I used to crack jokes about it and say I shouldn't crack these jokes, but I'd tell people, I'd say I just wasn't good looking enough. But the truth was that it was happening at a school that I went to, and what they were doing was, what this one priest was doing was he was going after boys with single families, like single moms, single dads, and my buddy was caught up in it. A kid I went to school with and was friends with, and as a matter of fact, his mom had died, and his dad was raising him, and so the dad had him in the Catholic school and went to Cub Scouts and all that shit together. But you'd do like your Parvoli day and stuff, and you'd spend time at the seminary, and the priests had an active life or an active part of your life as a young man. But they ended up abusing a very close friend of mine that I grew up with, and I went to a school called St. Andrews. It's in Jamaica Plain, Boston, Massachusetts. That was my school. They ended up closing that school down due to stuff that came out of the Spotlight investigation. And they grabbed my friend. He had his dad worked all day long, broke his ass. He was a real latchkey kid, and they got him. They got him because there wasn't anybody there for him. He's a good close friend of mine, and he's not. He committed suicide. Very very close friend of mine growing up. So what does that tell you? If you're a single parent, right, you're gonna make sure you watch your kids or have someone watch them that you trust, no matter what. That's what those guys do. They like predators out there, just looking for like kids that aren't not well taken care of. You don't have to like take care of them with money, but like the watching of kids. Make sure your kids are always being watched. Make sure they're with trusted people, preferably with two people there at all times, right? You don't want to leave your kids with people alone. It's always good to have like if you're gonna have your kids with somebody else, make sure your kids are with two people, three people, people that you trust. The fucking predators are looking for like kids that aren't always, sometimes they have to take care of themselves. Your wife's deployed? Yeah, that can't be easy, right, Grubster? There's no way that's easy. Having like a deployed spouse, male or husband or wife, it can't be easy. No, that's got to be hard. Sometimes my wife and I won't be happy with each other. And I'm like, I don't care. We're never getting a divorce. I'm like, to have to raise a child alone. I'm like, I wouldn't want to do it. Props to any single parents out there. If you're a single parent, for whatever reason, I don't care what the reason is, husband's deployed, wife's deployed, whatever circumstance it is that you're a single parent, that can't be That has to be hardest job. I'm liking this. I'm liking this dip here. I want to buy this bad right now. $246. 15 minutes until we get power hour. I like this dip right here. Not quite 386. I want 386 to be honest with you. 386 is the sweet spot. If you're a bull, that is the sweet spot, 386. Intraday trading and stuff like that. I mean, you're going to find tomorrow, Tuesday, bears want. So you got. I'm going to go over something for you real quick. I'm going to go over something for tomorrow, okay? For the rest of the week, we're going to go over the rest of the week real quick because of where we are right now. I want to go over the rest of the week. So, you've got a vol event on Thursday. That's probably the biggest vol event this week, right? So today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you got a vol event coming up. You got CPI. What the bears are trying to do here, show you guys what the bears are trying to do, or what they want to do. Still, cranking up here, right? You see this down here. See this? This is 386. See that blue line? That's the daily chart. Bulls want to hold. So you guys write this down. Get a piece of paper. Bulls are trying to hold 386, basically, okay? That's what they want to hold. This is also a good springboard. So 386 is a good place to buy a dip. On an hourly, you see 388 in here, right? So you definitely can see, like, if you can buy this 386 to 388, this is like a nice place to buy a dip. And what the bears are trying to do is tell you, what the bears need to try to do tomorrow is get underneath this 388, 386, to have a bear week into CPI on Thursday. The reality is that on an hourly, we're still in uptrend. An hourly here, right? So we're still in uptrend here. So if this is where CPI is, the hope would be as a bull that there's a place for you to buy a dip into Wednesday. We have turnaround Tuesday, right? They talk about. So I'm going to expect weakness into Tuesday. And if you're a bull, you're going to attempt on Tuesday to buy a dip. That makes sense? So that's what you're looking for on Tuesday, is to buy a dip, turn around Tuesday, go down, and then we get some volatility. See that right there? That's what you're hoping for as a bull. Volatility, and maybe a move higher afterwards or lower or whatever. Okay? Now, what the bears really want to do is they want to break that trend. They want to get underneath 386. You can't get bearish until you break 386. Okay? I want you to see that and understand that heading into tomorrow. That's when you get bearish. Otherwise, this is just a function today and tomorrow of finding the right dip to buy as a bull. Okay? And bulls are in charge right now, whether you believe that or not. Bulls are in charge. 388 on an hourly and 386 on a daily is where bulls want to be buying. If you want to cut your losses, you're cutting your risk under 386. Does that make sense to y'all? Now, how the bears win this is if we get underneath this 386, 388, 386, let's say, right here, this is what the bulls want into Wednesday, right? Bears want to get underneath this 386. So that if we have a bloodbath on Tuesday and we have some kind of like, oh, please save me, right? We come right back into volatility on Thursday, and then you see your 372 into Friday. Okay, so that's the rest of your week planned out for you. Okay, so this is a very important area for bulls, right? So the bulls will have their little bump and then volatility into Thursday. And then down here, this is where the bears actually take over again. We start seeing lower lows. So it's very important. This zone right here is very important for both bulls and bears. This is the no diddle zone. Not really a no diddle zone, but this is where you buy a dip to go long. And this is where you have your stops under here if you're a bull. Right? And this is where a bear picks it up for move lower into Friday. But just so you can see how this is setting up right now in the last hour of trading. Right? So where does a bull want to buy? He wants to buy down here. Somewhere down in here. Whether it's now, close, overnight, the open tomorrow. This is where a bull wants to buy. Bull doesn't want to buy in here. Well, you can intraday day trade this, but where you want to be buying is somewhere down in here. Make sense to any of you guys? You guys all understand that? So you should have that market awareness. If you're listening into my program right now, I want you to have that market awareness. Okay? And you're going to hear a bear say, well, we weren't able to trade up into. You're going to have bears telling you, we rejected off of this area of balance in here. So they're going to tell you that we rejected balance here. You should take the short. Right? All the way down to the depths of hell. That's not confirmed yet. You see my crayon right here? That's that 386 and 388 level. Okay? So what you need here is, if you're a bear, is you need confirmation. This is how bears get burned. This is how bulls get burned. So what a bear needs to do is understand that until you get the rejection, and then that Thursday vol rejection, do you get the actual the paying move? Because there's an opportunity in here for bulls to buy this weakness, get above, and blast up in here. So I want you to understand that concept for the rest of the week. Okay? So 386, 388, very key levels for bulls and bears, and for continuation down or up into the weekend. You guys have a firm grasp and understanding of what I'm saying to you. Please, please, please tell me that you do. So you have that market awareness. You tune in every day with me, and you can kind of have an idea of which way we're going and how to pivot depending upon which way we go for the rest of the week. You guys understand what I'm saying to you, right? When you hear people like they're telling you where we're going, you have people out there they have to break out their erasers. They're like, we're going down here, and then when they're wrong, because they're not telling you if this, then do that. Instead of acting, you're reacting to what the market is showing you. So here's your next setup: is you're looking for a break below 386 and hold, take that short. Or you're looking for a break above 386 to 388, take that long with confidence for the next leg higher. You want to have stops on either side of that trade in case it doesn't go with the way that you think that it's going. Right? So you're like, all right, so I'm committed. I'm a bear. I think we're going to 372 by Friday. Right? That's my thesis. So I want to get underneath 386, and I can hold that with confidence. Now, if it breaks above 388, I know I got to cut my losses because these god dang bulls are going to take back over and drive it up. Right on. That's good. So when you hear all that bullshit talking on Twitter and FinTwit, you know better than they, not know better, but you know better than this. Sometimes it's shit posting, but I want you to have that market awareness so that you have that view, and then you see what people post publicly. You want to look at what they're saying to you, and then remember what you know. Yeah, the secret is just not to use Twitter. I agree. And these numbers change every day as time goes on. We'll have different levels for you. You have to adjust each day. So I want you to be aware of that. If you're a bull, you're looking for a dip to buy. If 386, 388. If you're a bear, you're looking to get underneath 386. You just keep working on breaking these levels if you're a bear. You're like, okay, I already broke. We broke through above here. We broke R1, right? Our next job for a bear is to break down to 386, right? And this is the big boy down here. This is where the money is. This is where the work is. This is where the work is, and this is where the money is. If you're a bear. If you're a bull, you're like, I'm just looking for a dip to buy, Cap. Where can I buy it? And you're like, okay, well, you got a dip buy right here. And you got a dip buy somewhere down in here. And you have a stop right down in here, because if you break this, you're screwed. Okay? There we go. Finally going down. Jesus, that took all day long. Please touch it. Oh, you did. You just touched it. Okay. All right. So we tagged it. This is the low on the day here, 389.35. The Bears want to create a new low today. We're going to move this velocity trigger right here. And we're going to move it to the low, make this the low of the day now, right? Bears want to grab that low of the day. They want to make a new low in the day. Very, very constructive for Bears. Looks like they just got it. And then we're going to look behind in time. And we're going to look for the previous low, which was right here. You have a previous low here. Right into the bell. We have another previous low. So this is a 386 down here, right? We have another previous low right here. Right down here. See it right here? And we're going to change this to another. We don't even need that there. We just know that these little yellow lines are previous lows now, okay? This is your pivot for negativity, right? So if you're a bull, you know what it means when we break that pivot. Let me go back. Gaps down below here. Now trading 39 flat. And you can see, let me bring up Bookmap for you. This is support for the bulls. If we break here, next stop down below, 386. Yeah, I forgot about Powell tomorrow. Those buyers ran for the hills. Yeah, this is where the red box is right here. This is where we had the red box. I should leave this stuff up for you guys every day. Where the red box was right there. That's where the buyers were right here. Steven. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, I gotta give you a phone call, Steven. We gotta talk. I gotta get you on the show at some point and do an interview. We gotta have a conversation. Yeah, not too much. Rode it up and then rode it back down. Rode this up earlier, rode this back down. We have our first support levels in here at 389. The second support level. Did we get rid of pivot and all that? This is our first moving average. So our first moving average on the day was hold on here. Our first moving average rip today was this morning. We came back and broke through it, created a new low. We got another one down below here. This is the other moving average that was moving us up higher in the pivot over here on the right. We just went through. If you want to pause the program and go back, bulls want to be buying 380 or 388 to 388 to 386. If bulls can maintain this, they maintain trend. If we break and hold 386, becomes bearish for a target of 372. Ooh, pow at 9 a.m. All the fun happens when the day job calls. Yeah, anyone that's just joining us can go back at any time that they like and pause this program. Just about 5 or 10 minutes ago, I went through and did the week outlook for you on what to expect. It should be crystal clear on what to expect here for the rest of the week. So is Powell tomorrow? Idan is it Idan or Idan? Are you is Powell tomorrow at 9? Yeah, the harps are the anemo indicator in the back. Sprung. Yeah, you can always just pause the program, go back and watch. I gave you a weekly outlook for you. Yeah, no, I'm looking for a dip buy. I'm looking on the hourly for a dip buy. So you guys think we're bearish here, right? This is the hourly trend. You see it? Right there. So I'm looking for right there I'm looking for buyers to step in right here. Right here. No buyers stepping in. I want to buy that dip just down here, just like that over there. See that right there? You see that right there? That's what I'm looking for. Looking for this right here. These big red bars down here. And then big blue or big green bars come back up on the other side of it. Right there. Bam. Bam. You know what I'm saying there? You know what I'm saying right there? You guys are hilarious. You guys want to see it better? See that hourly? It's sold right down. Boom, pick right back up. It's sold right down. Boom, pick right back up. Sold right down. Boom, right back up. Right there. probably Nothing Burger is speaking at a Swedish conference on CB independence. No doubt he drops a bunch of don't rally warnings. Power baby. Power hour baby. Can I get some weakness into Tuesday, please? That's what I'm saying. You get a little bit of weakness here. Okay, so overnight expectations. 3:07 in the afternoon. Some overnight expectations. You ready? All right, I'm going to show it to you. You ready? Overnight expectations. Give you a weekly outlook. Here's your overnight expectations. You're going to see possibly some buying into the bell. Futures is going to sell off. And you're going to open somewhere down here for a dip buy or the bear apocalypse down here. That's what I think. I'm going to be looking to buy a dip down here tomorrow. The funny part is, it wouldn't surprise me to see like the green bar up on open, and then they try to sell it down on us on Tuesday. The turnaround Tuesday, right there. And I expect futures to get sold because I think we're above. I think we're way in positive gamma right now. Positive gamma is down around 385, so I'm gonna expect dealers to sell futures. Cash market probably try to continue to sell, but then you'd see the green bar back up and then come back, be like that swooping motion. If tomorrow's Tuesday, something like this. That's what I'm hoping for, something like that. Sprung. We're not weak right now, Permaville Tom. We're not weak. It's where do you buy the dip? Because here's part two. If you're a bull, right? You guys want the bull take? Okay, so let's say you don't want this. Let's say you're just like, fuck you, Cap. I'm buying the dip right now. You can do that. You can do that. I warn you, this blue line curling over. But let's say you do that. Let's say you buy this dip right here. Or you want to buy it. If you want to buy a dip right here, I wouldn't buy it right here. If you wanted to buy a dip right here, I wouldn't. But if you do, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at it. I think you can get the dip here for the close. I think you can buy this for the close. I just don't think it works until 4:15. I think you can like buy a dip until 4:15, but the overnight they're gonna sell your ass. I know they're gonna. I'm not no, but I'm almost sure they're gonna sell your ass in the overnight. So if you wanted to buy this dip, I'd say yeah, go ahead. But I'd say lock in profit at by 4:15. Yeah, keep your money. Give me a bull case for Tesla. You probably get. We'll find out what the imbalance is. Fed's Bostic, if the upcoming CPI is consistent with the trend seen in the jobs report, the Fed will have to take 25 more seriously. Ooh. Resolution this year is to enter almost never and exit the building when it's on fire when I'm wrong. Yeah. Still waiting for Dr. Copper to drop. I love Dr. Copper. Yeah, I was talking to Christian. Shit, copper's not even expensive. You guys are all out there talking about copper being expensive. I'm like, copper ain't expensive yet. Yeah. Spies to give it nothing back. You want to give it back to 372. Yeah, copper is just getting started. Copper's on fire sale. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Grubster. I don't think copper's near a high. Let's see what Nemo's saying. Ooh. I might actually have to buy this close. If we can get low enough today, I might consider buying a close here. If we can get down deep enough, I might buy a close. If they can get down a pivot here, we might have a flat overnight. We might not sell futures. If we can get down here, I'd be very happy. You guys want me to mute it? I'll mute it right now. Let me mute the tab. All right, I just muted it. Yeah, the UI on this website sucks. Website's awesome. Not the UI. Yeah, the UI sucks on it for me. Probably a good place for calls, hitting trap shorts. Let's see if they can get any of these. Yeah, I'd like to get. I want to see 386. This is where I want to see it right here. I want to see this. When we opened this morning, we were talking about this move higher, and so earlier this morning, I was like, man, I was like, if we just get, it was like if we trade off this moving average here, it's gonna be short lived. I'm like, if we can get underneath here, so if we had been able to come down here and tag 386, it would have been super bullish to like 405. Believe it or not, like 405, something like that. I really want to see that. Like, I really want to see that 386. I want to see it come back down here to create more a new trade, a new run. If we can get down here into the close, I'll be happy. Yeah, I can't. I can't. It's because of where it's at. It'll mute everything. While I load up my blunderbuss. Yeah, I want this down here. If we can get this right here, I'll be happy as a motherfucker. down there. Come on, baby. Give me that dip buy. We have this previous low back here, or the close right here. Yeah, they're still buying this dip. They're charging a lot of money for calls on Friday. January 10th. They're charging a lot of calls for. They're charging a fucking lot of money for calls tomorrow too. Still. Oh man. So my buy-in is down here. $3.19. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy calls. I'm waiting. Man, I fucking hate when they do this. I want them to just sell it into the bell. Come on, baby, get up there. 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 $3.22. Got my fingers on some 392s for tomorrow. Haven't entered yet though. Want to see if this holds. Well, you gotta put a book map back on for you. All right. I'm in for 72 cents on 392s. I'll take like 10-cent loss on this trade. See if this holds. $387. Yeah, this is tough. So 386.67. Man, this. I have a feeling we're selling down. Right here. This is where I want to fucking buy it. Right there. I want to buy that little green box right there. Ain't done selling until we get down there. That little green box that I got down there. This is where the daily trigger is right here. 386.67 and 385.13. 385.13 right here. So see these two right here? Kind of like, that's where I want to buy right there. I'm going to get stopped out here. I know it. All right, so I got a limit sell at 60 cents. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. So I'm going to talk to you guys into this bell. So right down in here is the best place to be buying. Here and here, like 385.13, 386.40 or something. Some long calls right here for like 70 cents, 72 cents. And it's 62 right now. I'm pretty close to getting stopped out here. This is the place to be buying down in here. Sweating. My hands are sweating. Don't you fucking do it. All right. Okay, so I'm out. I'm stopped out here. Right here is where you should be buying. Well, this is where the trigger is down below. Watch this shit go up now, but this is the place. This is the place that I'm buying right down here. I'm over here fucking in a live stream trying to fucking buy this bullshit when I know it's right goddamn down here. You snuck right in, snapped me up on a stop right in here. Hey, what's up, buddy? What are you doing? Come here. Okay. What are you doing, handsome boy? If we go up right now, I'm gonna be pissed off to no end. You guys want to see the trigger? I'll show it to you. I'll show you the trigger. Hold on. So the trigger is trigger's right here, and this is 380. This is 386.44, and this is 385 down here. Velocity is still on to the upside. It's not showing you the actual price because I don't have it on, but I'm assure you that this is 386 and this is 385. No, it's right down here. I mean, we're close. We're really fucking close. 386.67, 385.13. The hourly velocity is coming down right now, which isn't good. Daily velocity is coming back down. Weekly velocity is coming up. Monthly velocity is coming up. So right down in here is where that trigger is. So I don't want to buy this. Like I bought this here for a brief second. I bought right here. We rolled, hit my stops, and I was out. So down here is where the trigger is. If we don't get it in this cash market, then I have to wait until cash market tomorrow to see if we can grab it right here. So here's your trigger right down here. And this one's probably I'm watching it in the background off screen to see if this one's coming. If this one's moving up, right? So this one should move up at some point. Here's the trigger right down here. The velocity is coming down right now too, so keep an eye down below here. Right down here. Here's the pin strike on 37.880. Yeah, Winky, take it easy, brother. Gap's not completely filled yet. We have more gap to 387.58. Gap right in here. Yeah, there's a little bit more gap there. There's one more. There's a little bit more gap right here, right down to 387.58. John Haggerty. Oh, come on, just go down there and touch it. I fucking hate waiting. Just go down there and fucking touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch 386. Touch 385.14 for me. Just get down there into the fucking bell. Because what they'll do is they'll trade it sideways in the overnight, too. We got 25 minutes left. We can possibly get down here. We can possibly get down here. We can possibly get down here. It'd be nice to get down here. This would be the sweet spot. Uh-oh, hold on a second here. 386. Some shit's changing here. Hold on. Come on now. Come on. What are you doing? This fucking website is such a pain in the ass. We've got some. Hold on here. I'm getting some problems here. God, this thing can be such a pain in the ass. Got a little bit of new numbers coming in. Dude. Sorry, I'm trying to get. There's some updated information in the background and I can't see it. All right, here we go. No, it's all 386.67. Ooh, it's real close. It's coming up. It's like right in here. 385.61. Right in here. Come up a little bit. Oh, we're fucking so close. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Please, come on down. It's coming up. Come on down. Come on down. Just a little bit more. Don't do that double bottom. Come on down here, please, for me. No, I've traded I've traded Palantir in the past. The question becomes, what's not fair value, but there was a bunch of questions about the company, but do I like them as a company? Of course, I don't like them as a company. I know they do some nefarious shit, but I know that they're vital to our country, and I know that what they're doing in the background is vital to our country because other people are doing it against us. I want to know what's cheap for Palantir, and I think or Palantir. I think it's cheap at like 350, but it's very close to where it should be. I don't think it'll ever go bankrupt. I think it's either going to get bought, or I think it's either going to get bought by another company, or it's going to find a bottom. So I believe in an MA for them, or I believe in it's near a bottom. And it's so cheap. People out there bitching about Palantir, and I'm like, yeah, you can buy that for $3 or $6, and you're out on fucking FinTwit, bitching about the price of it. I'm like, I don't know. I don't see bankruptcy for them. If they were to go near bankruptcy, they're going to get bought. It'll never make it into. Well, it might make it into bankruptcy for new share issuance. And the previous shareholders could get fucked. But what's $3 or $6, and it's something that you hold for like 3, 5, 10 years. So I guess I'm just trying to value it from what makes it cheap. Sometimes you can get fucked. They'll file for bankruptcy, and then you'll see someone swoop in and they'll fuck you on the shares. But like a 300, like 100 shares of Tesla at 100 versus 100 shares of Palantir at $4 or $5 or something. Yeah, and the other crazy part too is you can sell puts, buy calls on it, or sell calls on it, all kinds of cool shit. It's dirt cheap. So I don't know. I mean, there's ways for you to make money off it, anyways. And then I'm looking for, yeah, we're almost there. Dude, this fucking website blows. Fucking website is a disaster. This website I'm on right now. Yeah, they're still buying this dip right now too, man. These bots are buying this shit. This is all being bought by banks right now. There's buyers here, not sellers. This is all getting scooped up. Yeah, if I could buy for like $3, $3.50, but I don't mind trading it. If you're at a bottom and you want to see a rip on Palantir, we got a rip on it. I got some alerts set on it to buy it. So I'm just looking for so I'm in this mode of starting to reassess the stock market and look around and be like, yeah, could I hold some of this and can I hold some of that? And it's a matter of buying for the next year or two, looking for places to buy stuff. The thing is, I did a post on at Captain's Alpha over the weekend, I think, or last week at some point. I don't remember when, but I made a post where I was like, if you're looking at there are some sectors within the stock market that are really sold off heavily in the past 2 years, like really sold off. So you want to start looking inside of those sectors and saying, what stocks make up this sector? What's being accumulated right now? And just start researching and looking to see what's being accumulated and saying, if I can start adding some stuff, I'd like to start buying here a little bit more heavily this year. So, if you're buying like 100 of this and 100 of that, and you can fuck around on tickers, right? You can go in and sell shit and make money anyways. So, it's like, what it's like saying, it's like, if let's say we were in November of 2020, and you hear the same fucking people back then, people back then were like, you shouldn't buy Palantir here. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get that. Or you shouldn't buy Tesla here, or whatever stock it is you like. I don't care what it is, Apple, you name it. Those people that were saying buy Tesla or Apple there, I was like, they're fucking crazy. Right? The people that were saying buy Tesla there or whatever, I thought they were fucking crazy. So like down here, I don't think it's crazy to be buying stock down here. Even if we have like a crash, even if we go to 3,000, I don't think it's bad because they're usually fast. We usually bounce back at some point soon, like month, 3 months. It's fast. So this is kind of like the place to start looking at companies that you think can make it or make it through any horrible shit we have. And anything that's been a high flyer for us. Like I'm bearish on oil right now. I'm overall bearish on oil. Like for the next 2 years, I'm fucking bearish on oil. I'm not looking to I'm gonna accumulate oil so I can hold it 5 fucking years from now or 3 years from now. So like changing my viewpoint on accumulation and I'm really looking at the point of the post that I made was I remember when we were at the bottom in 2020 and I didn't fucking buy small caps and I was fucking pissed at myself. In my mind I was like, you know what? I can see tech going up. I can see stay-at-home stocks going up. I can see the S&P trading sideways. I can see all these companies, stay-at-home companies doing well. I could see drug companies doing well. Traded those, but the one that I didn't see was small caps. And had I bought fucking small caps, I would have been fine. And what I realized, or what got hammered into my head finally, was that this is their fucking stock market. This is a bank stock market. It's not our fucking stock market. And they'll trade anything. They'll trade, if we had a nuclear war tomorrow, they'd be trading like tires for fuel, right? If we couldn't mine oil anymore, they'd be like, who's got a tire pit we can start selling tires out of and put it on a market? Does that make sense? So they're going to find a way to buy and sell, especially oversold shit. And they don't care about what we think. They don't care what you think. And so when you saw how oversold small caps were and how everyone then was like, there's no way small caps come in. All these zombie companies. We have empty offices with one guy behind a phone. Hey, buddy. We've got one guy behind a phone, and there's nobody's in the office. There's shortages. He's got no product. He's got nothing. There's no way that company's going up. And sure enough, they traded that shit for they cranked it. So what I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at part of or what's been sold down, like what's lost 60, 70, 80% of its value in an index that's lost 48% of its value. This sector over here lost a total of 48% of its value. And who got trashed in there and has a chance of making it? So, like there's if you wanted something to do this spring, late winter, it's to start looking at these companies and saying, you know, I mean, what was Palantir trading for at one point? It was like, was it 30? I don't remember. $45 fucking dollars. So Jesus. I think I remember when it went to 45 and I remember when it would happen afterwards, but I'm like, so for like $3.50, I'm like, yeah, there's a chance. 348, 12 minutes left. Still selling off into the close. We're really, really close right now on the trigger to buy. Super close right now. This would be, I mean, I don't know if you're going to get trashed in the last 5 minutes here, but we're pretty fucking close. The one problem down here is we might trade sideways in the overnight. So you you don't want to be getting that theta burn in here either. So maybe a call spread. You know, like let's say you have a chance to buy a Palantir is a good example. So let's say you have a chance to buy at 350 and we have a market crash and it goes to 150 and then slams back up to 350. Then what am I in the loss for? Nothing. Right? So like people are saying buy Palantir when it's $45 or $30 or whatever. You know, I'll be like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll buy it and hold it for a week or two or 3 weeks or a month. But like when we're starting to get down here, it's like, are they going to stay at 350 for the next 10 years? Or are they going to become like a defensive stock in the next 10 years? Oh, it's that right there. Little Wile E. Coyote going on down here. Patience. Hold on, John. We're almost there. That might be it. You see the little gray area that's still there? That might have been it right there, John. See it right there? A little more there. We're coming back up again. That might have been it, John. We're close, brother. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, can I just get this last fucking bit right here? Just get this last fucking 5 minute down. 9 minutes. Just go down here for 9 minutes. Ah, God. Such a pain in the ass. I hate these fucking robots sometimes. Look, well, there's a couple things. I'm looking at 392s, but if we go down to 380, if we go down to 380, if we go down to 386 or 5, man, you're gonna get some juicy prices on like 390s and 388s. So I'm being patient. If I miss the trade, I miss the trade. I want this right here. This is what I want. Just bring me down here so I can see what the price of calls are. If you want to pick this trade up, you really need to see us. The blue line here, you want to see us trade above the blue line and take along there. Otherwise, this is still in play. I'm going to leave that up for you so you can see it. I'll leave it up. so you can see what I'm saying to you. It's so close right here. I mean, if you wanted to get like a call for Friday, you could possibly do that. You have to have a stop loss under 386. If they sell 386, you pull the plug on it. Matter of fact, you know what a great trade is right here? Buy some fucking in the money calls. They're like a month out. If we trade below 386, cut them loose. You probably lose like 10% on them. That's a great fucking trade down here. Just buy them a month out. It's coming, right? You know it. You know it, John. Well, you got to remember you've got the only real volatility this week is Thursday. If you go back into the program, I gave a weekly update on what to expect this week. Bears are looking to get underneath 386 today or tomorrow. If they can't get underneath 386 today or tomorrow in the open, this is a dip buy for bulls. 388, 386 is a dip buy for continuation, at least into Wednesday at some point. Yeah, I want to see that last little fucking blood into the close here. I don't know if we're getting it. They're probably going to close it up here at some point. 354, you got 6 minutes left. And I haven't checked to see if we've moved up now at this point, but I think we have. Give me the fucking blood, please. I hate when I have to do this. $386.67. Right here. Right here. You want to see it right there. Right there. Watch that bar right there. Watch that green bar right there. Trust me. Just please go down there. I'm saying trust me, watch us not go down there. It's so close. I mean, we're talking, what are we talking here? Fucking $1? Just go down there for the last minute of the bell. I might have to watch this into 4:15 too. So let's say we close right here. It's 3:55. We got 5 minutes left. So let's say we close right here. We could go down here until like 4:15, and you could actually buy this right here at like 4:12 or something. So just stay tuned. We actually have 20 minutes left to do this, so. I fucking hate trading at 4:15. Come on. Just cut it loose. Capitulate, bulls. Capitulate. Yeah, if you put some time on them, if you put some time on some calls and then you just have a stop loss at 386, it's a fair trade here. It's not a bad trade. There's no, or I shouldn't, no, not financial advice. Not financial advice. Don't do what I say. Not financial advice. But if you wanted, like, if you don't want to deal with the last fucking 20 minutes to get the best, absolute best price on something, I can understand. If you're not a cheap ass like me. I do. I do a lot. I do a lot of trading sometimes at like the bell, or at like 4:12 in the afternoon. I'll turn this stream off, and I'll just sit here and watch it till like 4:12, and I'm just watching the options chain. And then I'll come on Twitter and be like, yeah, I just bought a bunch of calls or puts or whatever. I mean, we're fucking close right here. Right on, Loud Lobster. Yeah, just all you do is sign up. You can go to CaptainJimJames.com and sign up. There's a donate button down inside of the description of these videos. Donate button on my handle. Just Google search Captain Jim James, Twitter or whatever. There's a donate button. It's a free. Everything's free around here. I don't charge for anything, so just trying to help you guys out, be better traders. Know when to buy dips, know when to sell, that kind of shit. Put stops on. Market awareness. I appreciate it. If you don't make money, there's always the like button. We have some changes coming down the pipe, so you're going to encounter them soon. If you haven't signed up on the website, you should. You want in now, not later. So if you go to the website and sign up, it's free. Just sign up and you'll be in. There's big changes coming. More than you know, I think. Or we're trying to make some big changes. Yeah. We're trying. We got some work going on the back. You guys are gonna be shocked. So I can't talk about it right now, but okay. So we're after the bell now. I want you guys to have a wonderful afternoon. I want you guys to keep yourselves aware of down here to the 4:15 hour. Look at that 386.60. See if they keep selling into the 15 minutes after the hour here. You might be able to scoop something up down here. You see the robots are working in the background here. If they can get deep enough into 412, just be patient. If they can get down to this 386.63, 386.64 or something, the last 15 minutes, they'll sneak some shit in here. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Remember if you guys, I'll leave this video up. So if you guys need to refer back to the weekly outlook or my outlook for tomorrow, one thing I want to talk about that I said earlier was you'd expect them to sell futures above the pivot. So now that we're close to this pivot, it should be a sideways trade into the open tomorrow. Shouldn't see too much. You'll hear people on Twitter be like, oh, they're waiting for the results of JPOW. That's not really what's going on. There's just dealers that are delta neutral at this point when we're down here, okay? That's not what's really happening. So as we get closer to this pivot down here, they don't really have to take a different side of the trade. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. I'm going to keep an eye on maybe grabbing some calls at 412. Sign up on the website. It's CaptainJimJames.com. And you guys will get rolled into what's coming. It's big. It's bigger than we thought it was. You guys all take it easy. Mr. N want realized profits. I've been meaning to contact you. There's a bunch of you out there that might be listening right now. If I've seen your DMs, I have not had a chance or a minute. Literally, some of the guys in the background know what I'm doing, and I'm burning the candle. Like I'm working 16, 18-hour days right now. Legitimately. Like 16, 18-hour days in the background. So if I haven't responded to you, know that I know that you've sent me DMs, and I will reach out to you. Some of you I have reached out to at like midnight to talk to you guys. So I'm here. I'm yours. You got me? You guys all take it easy. Oh, look at that after hours action. Look at that after hours action. You guys see that after hours action? Want you guys to all have a great day. Avery, Joe, Chris, JNC, NerdX, NerdRX, Ergo, Paul McKente, Johnny Haggerty, baby. Just some guy, Scott Connolly, MK, Tony Cheese, Scott Murray, Grubster, Constantine, Medford guy, Brad Armitage is in the house, Lisa Cullen, Ocean Fantasy, Richard Blanchett, CSM Jazz showed up today. Special shout out to your wife's boyfriend, CSM Jazz, Winky, Troy Corp, Grubster, Blind Nestal, Dean, Will Schultz. Who else is in there? K, baby. Who else is out here right now? Loud Lobster, my man. Tony Cheese, my brother. Permabill Tom. Eric is in the house. Eric Grandstrom. Chirac Parso Tam's in the house. Erms, baby. Thanks for showing up today. Dylan's in the house. Scott Murray cruising. Lord Pente. Who else is out there? Ergo, my man. Grubster. Harm's in the house today. Who else is out there? A bunch of people out there today. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Dejan, Steven, and Steve Weirich, Dejan, BD, Christina, Joshua, Nick, Gill, Will, Flama. Y'all take it easy. I'll be catching up with you guys tomorrow, my brothers and sisters. Andy, Nelson. Yeah, I need to get a night of sleep. I worked through the entire weekend, man. I'm like, shift.